Chapter 2018. What did that mean? Why did it feel weird? It was as if there was a hidden meaning in those words. He turned his head and glanced at it, but he didn't know who said it. He could only ask, who said that just now? What did it mean? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Indeed, with so many people standing there, no one knew who said it. However, Zhang Feng was getting more and more confused. He turned around and stood up abruptly. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Why did Yu Yao and Jingshu leave just now? Also, why are you laughing so strangely? Everyone was silent. They looked at each other and smiled in a way that all men understood. With this smile, Zhang Feng seemed to understand something, but he also didn't seem to understand it. Why were these guys smiling so wretchedly? And it was when he was doing push-ups. He raised his head and recalled the scene of him doing push-ups just now. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and looked at everyone with a stunned expression. You guys, no wonder you looked at Lao Tzu so strangely. It turns out that you were thinking about that. Everyone tacitly understood and continued to laugh strangely. This angered Zhang Feng. He glared at everyone fiercely. Everyone, 100 push-ups. Hurry up. The guards were a little confused. Wasn't the master fine just now? Why did he change his expression so suddenly? He even wanted them to do push-ups? It wasn't that these push-ups were bad, but they had never done them before. Moreover, this posture didn't seem too elegant, right? They were hesitating whether to do push-ups when Zhang Feng's voice sounded again. Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up, 100 push-ups per person. This time, everyone didn't dare to hesitate because they realized that the master was really angry. They could only quickly lie on the ground and imitate Zhang Feng's posture just now. Although they weren't used to it at first, after 1 or 2 push-ups, they felt very comfortable, as if all the meridians in their bodies had been opened up. He Quan looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and smiled. Master, your push-ups are amazing. Damn it, you still have the face to smile. Zhang Feng turned his head and glared at He Quan. His eyes were about to spit fire. You bastard, make 200. You're not allowed to eat until you're done. Then, as if he was still angry, he turned his head and glared at Song Tai. And you bastard, were you just laughing at Lao Tzu? Song Tai was stunned. Just as he was about to explain that he didn't say anything, Na Qing thought of Zhang Feng's thunderous voice and said, make 200 of them too. If you don't finish them, you're not allowed to eat. In an instant, Song Tai felt that his life had fallen into a dark phase. He turned his head and glared at He Quan. If it wasn't for this brat, he might not have been implicated. He Quan felt Song Tai's burning gaze and turned his head to look at him. He could feel Song Tai's anger, but he was also a victim. He also felt wronged. He could only give Song Tai a comforting look. He didn't care whether Song Tai accepted it or not. With a bitter face, he did push-ups. Zhang Feng, with his hands behind his back, glanced at everyone angrily. You guys actually dare to make fun of Lao Tzu. It seems that the training given to you is still too little. Tomorrow, you'll run 3 more laps in Chang'an City. Hearing this, everyone's legs trembled. 3 more laps. That would be 8 laps. Wouldn't they be exhausted? Song Tai looked at Zhang Feng with a pleading face. Master, you can't run 8 laps when you wake up at 5 in the morning. Do you want more? Speak if you want, don't stop doing push-ups. Zhang Feng glared at Song Tai and raised his head. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he revealed a malicious smile. You're right. I can't run 8 laps when I wake up at 5 in the morning. Hearing this, Song Tai was delighted. He thought to himself that there was hope. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng with a happy face. They wondered if they should reduce the number of laps. Just as they were daydreaming, Zhang Feng's face changed. His thunderous voice sounded again. If I can't run when I wake up at 5 in the morning, then I'll wake up at 5 in the morning. Anyway, I can't miss any of the 8 laps. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at He Quan and Song Tai. He revealed a malicious smile. He Quan, Song Tai, you two supervise. If there's one less lap, the two of you will run 10 laps each. Hearing this, He Quan and Song Tai's hearts skipped a beat. Although they enjoyed the treatment of being a leader, they didn't expect the punishment to be so severe. However, thinking about it, when they were in the military camp, the treatment was worse than this. Master's punishment was considered good. After thinking about it, the two of them could only bite the bullet and reply, "Yes, Master." Zhang Feng nodded. He turned around and glanced at everyone. With a serious face, he said, "Don't think that I'm bullying the weak by making you train. I'm doing this for your own good. At the same time, it's also for my own good. After you retired from the military camp, your muscles and bones have been lazy. This training is to let you pick up the pride of the past. Also, during the time when I go to Jiangnan in the future, I need you." Chapter 2019. These words could not be considered impassioned or even motivating, but in the years of the guards, they became a declaration. Indeed, they had all been soldiers. After leaving the military camp, their lives were more or less lazy, but this was not what they wanted. The environment was like this, and they had no choice. Now, since the old master was interested, how could they let him down? Which retired soldier did not want to return to their former glory? There was no one who did not want to, including them. Furthermore, in the future, they would go to Jiangnan to protect the old master. Thinking of this, waves of energy seemed to burst forth from within their bodies. Thus, at this moment, their hearts seemed to resonate. Their eyes were red as they said in unison, "Yes, old master." Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had finally managed to ignite the spirit of this group of people. This way, he wouldn't have to chase after them and force them to train in the future. This was because he knew that the self-discipline of soldiers was very strong. As long as there was a good start, the next step would be a continuous cycle that couldn't be stopped. After the rising passion, Zhang Feng waved his hand to indicate for everyone to leave. After running for so long, this group of people had long been hungry. As expected, when they received the old master's order to disperse, these people were like hungry tigers hunting for food, heading straight for the kitchen. If it was not for the meat prepared for these people earlier, the kitchen would probably be in chaos. Zhang Feng actually liked to see this kind of scene because the more lively the guards were, the less dangerous it would be to go to Jiangnan in the future. This was undoubtedly a good thing. As for how much these people could eat, was this not a small matter? Could the Zhang mansion be eaten by these people? The weather in Guangzhou was like a baby face, changing quickly. The sun had just set in the west, and in a short while, it was dark. There was not much activity at night, so Zhang Feng burrowed into his blankets and did not care about anything. In any case, those people were managed by He Quan and Song Tai, so there should not be any problems. Furthermore, if there was a problem, he would find those two people. The originally dry air soon became moist, and a large amount of fog rose up, covering this 1,000-year-old ancient capital with a mysterious veil. Of course, the Zhang residence was no exception. The entire residence seemed to be wrapped in fog. Except for the few bright lanterns, the entire residence seemed incomparably mysterious. The servant on night patrol paced back and forth in the manor with a lantern in his hand. His hands were raised, and from time to time, he would exhale a few breaths in an attempt to alleviate the bone-piercing cold. Squeaking sounds came from the ground. These were the leaves of the old locust tree that were blown down by the cold wind. Under the servant's feet, they were like bursts of music, crisp and melodious. Winter was originally a cold season, and the cold brought a lot of inconvenience to people. However, it also had a beautiful and lovely side, because it could temper people's willpower and make them more tenacious and indomitable. At this moment, the lights in the guard's room were already turned on, and the figures were getting ready to get out of bed. Most of them were still active. After all, the self-discipline of soldiers could not be underestimated. However, there were still a few guys who were unwilling to get up, as if they were sealed in a blanket. This made Hequan's head hurt. He was originally the leader of this troop, and could be considered to be in charge of these fellows. Now that it was time for training, these fellows actually did not want to get up. This was simply not giving him any face. What was even more infuriating was that old master had previously instructed these fellows to still laze in bed. This was simply a slap to old master's face. He really could not hold it in any longer. He pointed at those fellows who were lazing in bed and scolded them to their faces. "You bastards, what a waste of old master giving you such good training resources. You actually dare to laze in bed. Do you want to die? Do you believe that Lao Tzu will end you right now? Mothif asterisk Ker, hurry up and get up for Lao Tzu." The corner of Song Tai's mouth twitched when he heard this. He had never seen Hequan so angry before. Even when the two of them quarreled yesterday, it was not like this. It seemed that this fellow wanted to show off his might. No, he was still the second in command. He could not let this fellow gain the upper hand. As he thought about this, he glared at those fellows who were lazing in bed and started scolding, "You bastards, hurry up and get up for Lao Tzu, do you hear me?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to get started. This gave those fellows who were lazing in bed a huge fright. They originally wanted to laze in bed for a while and get up immediately. After all, they did not dare to disobey old master's orders. Moreover, they were also soldiers, and this was common knowledge. Who would have thought that these two leaders would turn hostile and still want to get started? They could only hurriedly beg for mercy. "Get up immediately, get up immediately. Leaders, please don't be angry." As they spoke, everyone hurriedly got up from their beds. They quickly put on their clothes and stood in a row. It was unknown whether they were preparing to scold them or to admit their mistakes. Seeing this, Hequan smiled slightly. He secretly felt a burst of joy. He secretly praised himself for his might, but his face was stern. He swept his gaze across everyone and said in a thunderous voice, "You fellows, it seems that you are used to lazing around. It's the first day of training and you are already lazing in bed. Is it because old master is not here that you are slacking off?" Chapter 2020. Everyone looked at Hequan with hidden bitterness. They wanted to say something but hesitated. They wanted to explain that it was still early, but on second thought, this explanation didn't seem to be of much use, so they simply didn't say anything. But in Hequan's eyes, it was different. He thought they were not satisfied, so he said sternly, "Don't F** King cover it up. Now that old master is not here, I will give the order on behalf of old master. Because Yurong, Wenjindo, and the others were lazing in bed, everyone will be doubled." As the leader personally appointed by old master, he naturally had to take responsibility. This point, he knew from the first day he entered the military camp. When the superior was not around, the subordinates had to take full responsibility. Now old master was the superior, and he was the subordinate. Now that the subordinates made a mistake, naturally everyone would be punished. He was no exception. This was the consciousness of a soldier. Everyone present used to be soldiers, so they naturally knew this. They usually played around and even joked with old master, but at this moment, they all became serious. Because they knew that old master had created these powerful training methods for them. They could not let him down. Moreover, they also knew that in the future, they would go to Jiangnan to protect old master. Therefore, at this moment, they seemed to resonate with each other. Without exception, they became serious. No one complained about Hequan's punishment, because this was their collective honor. If one person made a mistake, everyone would be punished. Even Song Tai, who had always been prejudiced against Hequan, was shocked at this moment. He realized that he could not recognize this guy. Don't be fooled by his usual sloppiness. At the critical moment, he was like a different person. He had the demeanor of a general. He even felt that he was not as good as this guy. Hequan did not know that this enemy would praise him. He glanced at everyone seriously and shouted, "Everyone, let's go. Start running around Chang'an City." As soon as these words came out, everyone's body shook. They felt as if their former glory had returned. At this moment, it was as if they were in the military camp. Their eyes bulged, and they shouted in unison, "Yes." As soon as they finished speaking, they all ran out of the door. Dong dong dong, the orderly footsteps echoed throughout the Zhang mansion, attracting the attention of the guards who were patrolling at night. They looked at the guards with admiration. In fact, they wanted to join in yesterday, but they knew their physical fitness, so they could only watch and sigh. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The guards had already left the mansion. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the air was filled with a thick fog. It was impossible to see a person clearly from a mile away. However, the guards did not give up. They shouted and ran towards Chang and Main Street despite the dampness on their bodies. 1-2. 1-2-1, his voice was loud and clear, spreading to the depths of Chang'an Avenue. It was unknown whether the sound was magical or not, but as soon as it spread, many people on the streets of Chang'an turned on their lights. After a while, wooden doors were pulled open, and many people came out of their houses. Some of them were carrying carts, and some were pushing carts. They were the people of Chang'an who were doing business. Among them were peddlers like Huzi and Juzi. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they all looked towards the direction of the roar as if they had agreed to do so. However, the fog was too thick and they couldn't see anything. They could only vaguely hear the roar, which confused them. They looked at each other and started to discuss spiritedly. "Where is this sound coming from? Why are you still shouting? Who the hell knows?" But looking at the direction, it seems to be coming from the Zhang mansion. "Don't worry so much. Isn't it good to have this sound?" Everyone woke up early. In another 15 minutes, the fog will disperse. Right now, going to grab a good spot to set up a stall is the most important thing. What's the use of discussing that sound? These words instantly reminded everyone. They nodded and hurriedly picked up the carts on the ground. Some women pulled their women, some children pulled their children, and they walked towards the stall they had their eyes on. The men moved the chairs, and the children helped set up the tents. Sometimes, the large men at the side would come over to help. Businessmen were like this. "Today, I helped you, and tomorrow, you might help me." Especially the large men of Guangzhou. They emphasized simplicity. Only by helping each other could they develop in the long run. After a while, sheds were erected one after another. Right now, it was winter. The common people basically sold wontons, fermented glutinous rice, steamed buns, and other things with hot soup. These large men were not an exception. Once the sheds were set up, they started to boil the soup. As they did so, they shouted. Although there weren't many passers-by on the road, they were already used to this kind of method. They would make a name for themselves early on so that the returning customers would know that they had opened a stall. There was another point, and that was if there were people not far away, it was very likely that they were from the Zhang residence. As long as they heard their voices, these people might come over later. The fog slowly dissipated, and the chants not far away grew louder. This caused Huzi to become alert because he knew that business was about to come. He didn't have a shed, so he could only carry the carts and shout, "Fermented glutinous rice, fermented glutinous rice. Chapter 2021. Who was he? How dare you steal business from Lao Tzu? It was a big man who spoke. He and Hu Zi were from the same village. According to seniority, Hu Zi had to call him uncle. They often went out to sell food together, but coincidentally, they both sold fermented glutinous rice. So they made an agreement that one of them would set up the stall, and the other would take the responsibility to sell fermented glutinous rice separately. Hu Zi was young, so he was undoubtedly the one who took the responsibility. But this guy actually sold fermented glutinous rice in front of his uncle. Wasn't this a bad business? How could he agree? Hu Zi seemed to know the taboo, so he smiled innocently and said, "Second uncle, I'm sorry. I'll go over there to sell." While speaking, he ran to the opposite side, but his eyes were still fixed on the source of the sound, because he heard that there seemed to be a lot of people who made the sound. If second uncle didn't have enough fermented glutinous rice later, he would go and sell it. As he was thinking, a group of people came into his sight. They were a group of big men with bulging muscles and fierce eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this was Chang'an City, he would have run away. This group of guys was too tall and intimidating. However, he was not worried at all, because he saw that these guys' clothes were printed with a big Zhang character. They were indeed people from Zhang Mansion. He was wild with joy and hurried to greet them with the cart. "Gentlemen, please give me a bowl of fermented glutinous rice." He didn't care at all why these guys were running here early in the morning. He was carrying steel plates on his back and sandbags on his feet. What he cared about most at the moment was to make these guys buy his fermented glutinous rice. The surrounding people who sold steamed buns, wontons, and fermented glutinous rice were a little unhappy when they saw the situation, especially second uncle, who secretly scolded Hu Zi for being unfilial and selling fermented glutinous rice. Although they despised Hu Zi a million times in their hearts, they also knew that this was their source of income, so they kept shouting at Yi Quan and the others. "Sir, fermented glutinous rice, the best fermented glutinous rice, steamed buns, one is worth two. Sir, come and have a look." No matter how loud the crowd's voices were, Yi Quan didn't seem to be too interested. He just glanced at them. However, the people behind him couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the white steamed buns and scalding wontons, their saliva was about to drip out. However, without the boss's permission, they didn't dare to go up. They were enforcing military discipline now. If they weren't careful, they might be punished again. Song Tai actually had the same thoughts as everyone else. He also wanted to go up and get some fermented rice wine. After all, they hadn't eaten for a whole night. Besides, they had been running for so long. Everyone's stomachs were already shriveled. If it was a normal day, he would have already gone up and drank it. However, it was the training period now. Old Master had just appointed the training plan. As the second in command of the team, he naturally couldn't take the lead and commit a crime. Besides, he was very impressed with Yi Quan this morning. When Hu Zi saw that these guys were unmoved, he had an idea. He quickly opened the jar, and the aroma of fermented glutinous rice instantly spread out. The whole street could clearly smell it. When the guards smelled the aroma, they didn't feel good. They were already hungry. Now that Hu Zi deliberately opened the lid of the fermented glutinous rice wine, they immediately felt their legs go soft. However, without the boss's permission, even if they were hungry, they didn't dare to stop. Thus, everyone looked at Yi Quan with a pleading face. Yi Quan suddenly trembled. He seemed to feel the burning gazes behind him. He secretly glanced at them. When he saw the pleading look on everyone's faces, he knew that these guys were really hungry. In fact, he was already hungry. However, as the leader of the team and also shouldered the heavy responsibility of Old Master, he felt that he couldn't be so reckless. At least, he had to respect the majority's wishes. Now that everyone was hungry, there was no harm in drinking a bowl. Thinking about it, he turned his head and glanced at the fermented glutinous rice wine in Huzi's hand. The white glutinous rice wine came into view. He could clearly smell the fermented rice wine. He instantly felt saliva secreting in his mouth. Swallowing his saliva, he suddenly raised his head. Stop. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly stopped in their tracks. Hequan turned around and glanced at everyone. He said seriously, originally, this is training. We shouldn't be eating, but, all right. Great leader you see that all of us are starving. Why don't we eat first? Song Tai couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Huzi's fermented glutinous rice wine and complained to Hequan. He was indeed hungry. He didn't think that this guy would let everyone eat. But if he wanted to eat, just eat. Why did he have to make such a long speech? Obviously, Song Tai's words attracted everyone's goodwill. They nodded and signaled Hequan to stop talking nonsense. Eating was the most important thing. After being snubbed, Hequan didn't waste any more time. He simply waved his hand, let's go eat. Everyone cheered. They didn't care about their impression of him and ran towards the stall. Chapter 2022. The vendors had been waiting for this moment. The wontons in the pot had already been put into the pot, and the fermented glutinous rice was almost heated up. Now that so many people had come, they immediately opened the pot. They set up chairs and stirred the food in the pot happily. Dear guests, please wait for a moment. It will be ready soon. Come, please sit here. The fermented glutinous rice is here. 2 steamed buns. For a moment, the shouting spread through the streets of Chang'an. A large group of 50 people sat on the street. They drank the fermented glutinous rice and ate the steamed buns. At this moment, they had nothing else to ask for. Just as they were eating heartily, a scream came from not far away. Hey, isn't this Hequan? Why are you here? And Song Tai, why are you 2 old men here? Why is there such a large group? Hequan and Song Tai looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of 10 people slowly walking towards them. There were many old faces among them. They hurried to greet them. Shouji, Changshi, why are you 2 here? The man called Shouji laughed and patted Hequan on the shoulder. He said, I'm taking everyone down the mountain to buy something. What about you? Why are you bringing so many people? Are you here to drink fermented glutinous rice? As he spoke, he glanced at the guards who were drinking fermented glutinous rice with a trace of contempt. In fact, he knew these people. They used to be soldiers together. After they retired, they were assigned to work under Zhang Feng. He was a guard at the academy and thought that he was better than these guys in front of him. Indeed, people in this era had the view that all things were inferior and only education was superior. Guards at the academy were definitely better than guards at other places, not to mention those in the forging workshop and the textile factory. Hequan saw all this. Although he usually played with his brothers, he could not be looked down upon by this guy. He clapped his hands and glanced at Zhou Ji and the others contemptuously. You know nothing. This is the training method that the master specially developed for us. He said that it would make us return to the peak of the army. It would be a piece of cake for us to defeat the general, what? Zhou Ji suddenly stood up from his stool and stared at Hequan with his eyes wide open. Are you telling the truth? He was also a soldier. He knew that retired soldiers would slowly become lazy and their strength would not be able to keep up with active soldiers. Therefore, he often thought about how to recover his strength. However, without the systematic training of the military camp, it was impossible. Now, this guy, Hequan, actually said that the old master could make people return to their peak. How could they not be excited? He had no doubts at all, because he believed that his master could definitely do it. What a joke, his master could even ascend to the heavens, how could he not be able to do such a small thing? How could this be? He Quan looked at Zhou with a playful expression. He seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. He took off the steel plates on his body and waved the sandbag on his leg. With a proud expression, he said, "Open your dog eyes and look. This is Master's secret weapon." What? Zhou stared at the thing in front of him with his eyes wide open. He used to be a soldier and had seen people train while wearing sandbags, but he had never seen anyone train while wearing steel plates. Could it really be the Master's secret weapon? Hiss, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If he could get this secret weapon or join He Quan and the others, he might be able to return to his peak. Thinking about this, he changed his attitude and said with a pleading expression, "He Quan, we are all good brothers. Tell us about your training methods." These words also reminded the people behind him. They were still immersed in the Master's training methods. Now that they heard Zhou words, they instantly understood. That's right, since the Master's training methods were so powerful, he should also give them a copy. They all looked at He Quan and begged, "He Quan, no, big brother He, ancestor He, can you tell us about the Master's training methods?" He Quan had a proud smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Who told you to look down on Lao Tzu just now? Why are you kneeling and licking his boots now?" In fact, there was a moment when he wanted to tell them about the training methods. Firstly, he wanted to take down these people's arrogance. Secondly, he wanted them to have a taste of this bitter training method. But on second thought, this was the training method that the Master had made for the guards of the Zhang residence. Why should he tell them about it? Moreover, these people were not good people. When he was a soldier, they bullied him a lot. So, he could not tell them about it. Thinking about this, he glanced at the guards of the Zhang residence. Then, he looked at Zhou and said proudly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but this is the Master's method. We cannot reveal it. Moreover, the Master is going to Jiangnan soon." What? The Master is going to Jiangnan? The people behind Zhou all exclaimed. This could be said to be the most important news they had heard. The Master was going to Jiangnan. No wonder the Master wanted to train these people. This was probably to prepare for his trip to Jiangnan. Chapter 2023. But why didn't their Master tell them that he was going to Jiangnan? Couldn't they protect their Master? Their competitive hearts were born one by one. At this moment, they had already decided to learn this training method. Even if it wasn't for themselves, they had to do it for their Master. What if their Master went to Jiangnan without anyone to protect him? He Quan didn't know this and was still bragging, "Master is going to Jiangnan. When he goes, we have to guard." The stall owners next to him were shocked when they heard this and quickly discussed it with the people around them. Just now, the guard of Zhang Mansion said that Prince Zhang is leaving. Yes, I also heard about it. Why do you think Prince Zhang is going to Jiangnan? I heard that it's for some perfume. I wonder when he's leaving. As they spoke, everyone once again looked at He Quan, because they knew that the news that the guards of the Zhang Mansion could send out would definitely not be wrong. Young Master Zhang's departure was definitely a piece of heavy news. Sure enough, He Quan spoke with assurance again. Master said that he will leave by the end of the year at the latest. This time, not only did Zhou and the others exclaim, but the surrounding vendors also couldn't sit still. This was because young Master Zhang had done them a great favor before. It could even be said that he was their second parent. Many of the people present had become rich because of young Master Zhang, and some had become rich because of young Master Zhang's craftsmanship. Now that they heard that young Master Zhang was leaving, the first thing they wanted to do was to see him. Thinking of this, the stall owners hurriedly began to pack up their chairs without waiting for He Quan and the others to finish eating. This caused the group of guards to be dumbfounded. They hurriedly asked, "We haven't finished eating yet." Why are you packing up? The vendor hurriedly packed up his stall and said without turning his head, I'm going to see young Master Zhang. The guards were even more confused and asked again, why do you want to see our master? Prince Zhang is leaving. If you don't see him, you won't be able to make it. The stall owner was a little impatient. As he packed up, he urged the guards, hurry up and leave. I won't charge you today. As they spoke, the peddlers packed up their furniture, supported each other, and ran to Zhang Mansion in 2s and 3s. The guards were dumbfounded. Just now, they said that the master was leaving, but they didn't say that he was leaving now. Did these guys need to be in such a hurry? However, this might be a good thing. At least it showed the importance of the old master in the hearts of the people of Chang'an. Once they heard that he was leaving, they all went to visit him. He Quan didn't care about this. He was still thinking about training. He glanced at everyone and said, line up and continue training. After that, he looked at Zhou Ji and sneered, do you still want to follow us? Initially, Zhou Ji wanted to follow He Quan. However, after hearing what He Quan said, he immediately changed his mind. If he followed this guy, he would lose face. It was better to look for master and join the training as soon as possible. Also, he had to inform some of the forging workshops and textile factories to come over. Thinking of this, he casually replied, no, next time. With that, he turned around and left. He Quan glanced at Zhou Ji's back and turned to look at everyone. Continue with the training. Let's run. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to move forward again. At this moment, a sedan chair swayed over. The curtain of the sedan chair was pulled open and a middle-aged man stuck his head out. It was Zhang Sun Wuji, who was preparing to go to court. He glanced at the group in the distance and said to the servant, what were those people shouting just now? Also, who are they? The servant frowned slightly and glanced into the distance. After a long time, he said, Master, they seem to be from Zhang Mansion. As for the number they were shouting, it seemed to be 1212121. Zhang Mansion's people. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and stroked his beard. He muttered to himself, what is this Fingzi up to now? He thought for a while but still couldn't figure it out. He waved his hand and said, let's go to court. The servant nodded and looked deeply at the departing figure. Then, he ordered the sedan chair bearers to go to the palace. There were no obstacles along the way. Zhang Sun Wuji soon arrived at the palace. At this moment, quite a number of imperial officials were already waiting outside the main hall. Zhang Sun Wuji went up to exchange some pleasantries with Wei Zheng and the others. A moment later, the door was pulled open. A strong man stood at the door and shouted with a sharp voice, all officials present for an audience. The officials didn't hesitate and walked to the main hall together. As soon as they stood still, Li Shimin walked out in his dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. Officials, I have something to report. A grand scribe bowed and came forward. Your Majesty, recently the military supplies have run out. Your Majesty, please allocate more supplies. In addition, a lot of military equipment is damaged. Your Majesty, please send people to repair it. Hearing these things that required money, Li Shimin felt a headache. Originally, the Tang Dynasty was considered rich, but when money was used on the military, it felt like no amount of money was enough. Food, clothes, daily necessities, and so on, everything was several times more expensive than the expenses of ordinary people. However, he couldn't refuse. He had to bite the bullet and replied, for the supplies, go to the Ministry of Revenue. For the equipment, go to the Ministry of Works. Chapter 2024. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. He asked the Ministry of Works to repair the burned West Market and East Market in Chang'an City. He wondered how they were doing. Thinking of this, he glanced at the officials. "Where is the Minister of Works?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man in his 50s stood up. He was the Minister of Works, Duanluan. Duanluan stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I am here." Li Shimin nodded slightly and said seriously, "Minister Duan, I suddenly remembered something. How is the West Market and East Market that I asked you to repair?" The corner of Duanluan's mouth twitched. "Last time when the West Market and East Market of Chang and City were burned, His Majesty did order the Ministry of Works to repair them. But how could the Ministry of Works have the money to repair them? So it had been delayed until now. Why did His Majesty suddenly think of this? It was all because of the Grand Scribe. If he had not reported, why would His Majesty suddenly think of this?" Thinking of this, he turned around and glared at the Grand Scribe. The poor Grand Scribe was confused. He did not know what had happened. He had only reported some military matters. Why was the Minister of Works glaring at him? Although he was confused, he did not dare to say anything. Because Duanluan's position was higher than his, he could only put on a smiling face. Duanluan was even angrier. He thought the Grand Scribe was laughing at him. He was so angry that he could guarantee that if it were not for the court, he would have beaten this guy up. But at this moment, Li Shimin's dignified voice sounded again. "Minister Duan, why are you not saying a word?" Duanluan was shocked. He slowly turned his head and looked at Li Shimin with trembling eyes. He did not know what to say. Li Shimin seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Minister Duan, have you not repaired them?" Hearing this, Duanluan's legs went weak. He did not care about anything else. He quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Seeing this, the other Ministry of Works officials behind him did not dare to hesitate. They quickly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. As expected, Li Shimin sneered. These bastards really did not repair them. No wonder he dallied for so long. He snorted and said, "Why wasn't it repaired?" Duanluan didn't reply immediately. Instead, he secretly glanced at Dai Zhou. Dai Ren shuddered, feeling a bad premonition, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he coughed twice and pretended to be calm. On the other hand, Duanluan trembled as he raised his head to look at Li Shimin. He said softly, "Your Majesty, it's not that the Ministry of Works doesn't want to repair it. It's just that we don't have the money or the workers." "No money. No workers." Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. He could believe that the Ministry of Works did not have money, but how could they not have workers? Then what was the use of such a large Ministry of Works? He suddenly stood up and glared at Duanluan. "Duanluan, do you think I'm easy to fool? How could the Ministry of Works not have money?" What was even more ridiculous was that there were no workers. Do you know what the crime of deceiving the monarch is? This subject doesn't dare to deceive the monarch. Duanluan broke out in cold sweat and his legs began to tremble. "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works has been repairing the inside and outside of the palace, as well as the barracks, the residences of the emperors and ministers. Normally, they should receive a lot of money, but there are still many debts that haven't been settled. This is why they can't make ends meet. The Ministry of Works has long run out of money to repair the West and East markets." Li Shimin was startled. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. Indeed, other than repairing the inside and outside of the palace, the Ministry of Works would also repair the barracks for the ministers. This way, they could earn some money and wouldn't empty the national treasury. The wages of the Ministry of Works workers would also increase. But he didn't think that the Ministry of Works still had debts that hadn't been collected. If that was the case, did he blame this fellow wrongly? He deliberately coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and said, "Then why didn't you borrow money from the Minister of Revenue, Dai Zhou?" Here it came. Dai Zhou trembled and felt a chill run down his spine. He faintly remembered something. Duanluan had once come to him to borrow money, but he didn't lend him any. Now that the emperor suddenly asked, this old fellow wouldn't reveal it, right? No wonder this old fellow looked at him strangely just now. So it was here. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Duanluan. Duanluan spoke again, Your Majesty, this subject went to Minister Dai last time, but Minister Dai said that he didn't have any money. Li Shimin frowned slightly and turned to look at Dai Zhou. He asked with a puzzled expression, Beloved official Dai, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have any money. Dai Zhou was slightly taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, it's not that this subject doesn't want to lend money to Minister Duan, but the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much savings. Moreover, Minister Duan didn't explain clearly last time, so this subject thought that he was joking, so, as he spoke, he smiled awkwardly, this subject is also powerless. Hearing this, Li Shimin understood. Duanluan probably really didn't have any extra money, so he went to borrow money from Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou didn't lend him money for various reasons. It could be that he didn't have enough money, or he deliberately didn't lend him money. But none of this was important. Since Dai Zhou didn't lend him money, he naturally had his own reasons. Chapter 2025. But the burned West Market and East Market still needed to be repaired. Thinking about this, Li Shimin looked at Duanluan and Dai Zhou and said seriously, I don't care if you have money or not, but the West Market and East Market still need to be repaired. You two have to figure it out yourselves. After that, he glanced at the officials. Is there anything else you want to report? If not, you can leave now. The officials looked at each other and stepped forward as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Farewell, Your Majesty. Li Shimin nodded and left. The officials got up and prepared to leave the palace one after another, especially Dai Zhou. He wanted to slip away as soon as he got up because His Majesty just asked him and Duanluan to repair the West Market and East Market together. This was a joke. He was the Minister of Revenue, not the Ministry of Works. He was not that stupid to ask him to participate in this for money. Thinking about this, he quickened his pace. But at this moment, he heard a voice behind him. Minister Dai, the voice made Dai Zhou's heart jump. He knew it was his enemy Duanluan without looking. Even though he wanted to leave as soon as possible, he had to turn around and smile. Minister Duan, what's the matter? Duanluan's mouth twitched. He cursed this old man in his heart. Just now, His Majesty said that he wanted to repair the West Market and East Market. Now he was asking what was the matter. But on second thought, he could understand this guy. Because the Ministry of Works often repaired things, he didn't have enough money or owed money. So he went to the Ministry of Revenue to borrow money. In the past, Dai Zhou welcomed him with a good face and would lend him some money. Now that he went frequently, he was lucky not to be scolded. But now it was His Majesty's order. He didn't believe that this guy wouldn't pay. Thinking about this, he sneered and said, Minister Dai, you can't just leave like this. His Majesty just asked us to repair the West Market and East Market. Hearing that he needed money, Dai Zhou's face fell. The Ministry of Revenue had allocated a lot of money to support the Battle of Chotzi. He didn't lend money to this old man last time, and he was still holding a grudge. Dai Zhou waved his sleeve and said angrily, No money. Duanluan pointed at Dai Zhou, his face flushed red, unable to speak. The last time he went to borrow money from these old fellows, they didn't give him any face. Originally, he thought that since His Majesty had given the order this time, he should be able to borrow money. Who would have thought that this fellow would still be so stingy? He said angrily, This time, it was His Majesty who ordered you to find a way to repair the Eastern and Western markets. Are you not going to listen to His Majesty's words? Of course, Your Majesty's words must be obeyed. Dai Ren cupped his hands in the direction of the palace. Then, he looked at Duanluan and snorted coldly, "Do you think that money is dirt? You can have as much as you want. My Ministry of Revenue also needs to make a living. Where would I get the money to give you?" There was nothing wrong with this statement, but it sounded different in Duanluan's ears. This was because the last time they went to borrow money from Dai Zhou, not only did they not succeed, but they also got snubbed. In addition, the relationship between the two of them was not very good. They were the kind of enemies. When he heard this, Duanluan felt that the other party was targeting him. He immediately strode forward and pointed at Dai Zhou's nose and scolded, "Dai Zhou, Minister Duan, shut up." Zhang Sun Wuji quickly stepped forward. He was about to leave the palace, but when he heard these two fellows arguing, he had to come back. After pulling Duanluan down, he said with a serious face, "Minister Duan, isn't it just money? Why are you arguing?" He also heard it clearly in the imperial court just now. It was nothing more than the matter of repairing the eastern and western markets. Duanluan flicked his sleeves and suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji seriously, "Lord Zhang Sun, you don't know. This fellow Dai Zhou is unwilling to pay for the repairs. Just now, His Majesty clearly asked me to repair with him, but this fellow is unwilling to pay at all." All right, Zhang Sun Wuji patted Duanluan's shoulder, then looked at Dai Zhou and said with a serious face, "Minister Dai, why are you unwilling to pay? This is what His Majesty said before. Have you forgotten?" Dai Zhou smiled bitterly, "Lord Zhang Sun, it's not that I'm unwilling to pay, but the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much money to begin with. In addition, we support the Battle of Chotzi. How can we have extra money to repair the eastern and western markets? Aren't you making things difficult for me?" When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he frowned slightly. He had once been the Minister of Revenue and naturally knew about the situation in the Ministry of Revenue. He could guess whether Dai Zhou was telling the truth or not. In history, wars were the most costly, especially the Battle of Chotzi. Thinking, he turned to look at Duanluan, "Minister Duan, what do you think?" Duanluan didn't answer. He just thought that this fellow Dai Zhou was unwilling to pay, but after listening to the conversation between Zhang Sun Wuji and Duanluan, he found that he could understand Dai Zhou a little. However, understanding was one thing. The eastern and western markets still needed to be repaired. After all, this was His Majesty's order, and he didn't dare to disobey. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, "Lord Zhang Sun, I was wrong just now, but the repairs of the eastern and western markets were ordered by His Majesty. This official doesn't dare to disobey." Chapter 2026. Zhang Sun Wuji smiled bitterly. He was a little regretful now. Why did he jump out to be the peacemaker? Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also got himself into trouble. Duanluan had no money to repair the east and west city, and neither did Dai Zhou. He couldn't possibly pay for it, right? While he was distressed, a figure popped up in his mind. Feng Zi. Feng Zi had a big family and business, and there were so many students in the academy. Maybe he could take on this job. Besides, there was no harm in this job. It could also be a good practice for the students. Thinking of this, he glanced at the two and said with a smile, "You two don't have to worry. One of you can solve the crisis of the East and West City." "Who?" Dai Zhou and Duanluan said in unison. Now the two of them were basically grasshoppers tied to the same rope. They were bound together for good or ill. Naturally, they were looking forward to it. Zhang Sun Wuji was very satisfied with their reaction. He smiled and said, "Zhang Feng." "Zhang Feng." Duanluan frowned slightly. He was a little confused. How could Zhang Feng solve the crisis of the East and West City? But soon, he understood something. Zhang Feng had the academy, and there were a lot of students in the academy. Before entering the academy, Zhang Feng had promised these students that if they didn't have a good job in the future, they could enter the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Revenue. Moreover, this guy had a big family business. If Zhang Feng was willing to help, then the East and West City could be repaired immediately. Dai Zhou naturally understood. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say anything else, but he had a lot of money. If he was willing to take out a little money, then the repair of the East and West City could be immediately filled. But, how could this guy be willing to take out the money? He turned to look at Zhangsun Wuji and said with a puzzled face, "Lord Zhangsun, you are right. But how could Zhang Feng be willing to take out the money?" Duanluan nodded. He had the same feeling. Wasn't it a fool's dream to ask someone to take out the money for no reason? Zhangsun Wuji smiled. Although these two old fellows were slick and sly when it came to officialdom, why were they suddenly enlightened at this time? He glanced at the two of them and said mysteriously, "The academy. Doesn't he have students?" Duanluan instantly understood something. Zhang Feng had promised his students that they could enter the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works after they graduated. And now, he was the Minister of Works. If he were to negotiate with Zhang Feng, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? He smiled proudly and said, "Thank you, Lord Zhangsun, for your guidance. I will go and find Zhang Feng now." With that, he strode out of the door. Daizhou. What Daizhou? They already had Zhang Feng. What use would a mere Daizhou have? Wasn't this guy in charge of the Ministry of Revenue? As long as he had Zhang Feng's money, Daizhou's money was not important. Besides, this old man had no money. While thinking, Duanluan's steps became more presumptuous. But Daizhou was not happy. His Majesty had already given the order. Why did this guy run away? He could not let this guy take all the benefits alone. He said to Zhangsun Wuji and hurriedly followed Duanluan's footsteps. Looking at Duanluan and Daizhou's backs, Zhangsun Wuji felt a little regretful. He felt that he had cheated Feng Zi. The renovation of the East and West Market was a matter for the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. How could they drag Feng Zi into this? But this was not a bad thing. Feng Zi was just giving some money. He hoped that these two fellows would not expose him when they went to Feng Zi. Otherwise, he would become a sinner. Feng Zi, the old man did this for your own good. Please forgive him. After comforting himself, Zhangsun Wuji walked to the imperial study. They did not speak along the way. Soon, they arrived at the imperial study. Zhangsun Wuji walked straight in. He saw Li Shimin sitting on the dragon throne and reviewing memorials. He even held a cigarette but in one hand. He looked very comfortable. Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty." Li Shimin put down the memorials and glanced at Zhangsun Wuji. He said lightly, "Get up." Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "How is the matter between Daizhou and Duanluan going?" Zhangsun Wuji's mouth twitched. He did not know how to answer. Just now, it was his idea to let these two fellows find Madman. If Erlang knew, would he be angry? Just as he was thinking, Li Shimin's voice sounded again. "Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that those two fellows have not solved the problem in the East and West Market?" "No." Zhangsun Wuji replied subconsciously. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. He was worried that if he continued, His Majesty would be unhappy. But he had already said half of what he wanted to say. If he did not continue, he would seem guilty. He could only bite the bullet and continue. Just now, Daizhou and Duanluan were arguing endlessly. "I gave them an idea." Speaking of this, his face was a little red. "Let them go to Feng Zi." "Go to Feng Zi." Li Shimin frowned slightly. This was a matter between the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. Why go to Fengzi? And this fellow, why did he give Duanluan and Dai Zhou ideas? He asked in confusion, why did you urge Dai Zhou and Duanluan to go to Fengzi? Chapter 2027. Zhang Sun Wuji smiled awkwardly. Just now, Dai Zhou said that the Ministry of Revenue didn't have much money to support the Battle of Chotzi, and Duanluan urgently needed money to repair the East and West Market, so I gave them this idea. Well, Li Shimin nodded slightly. He now understood that his brother-in-law wanted to cheat Fengzi. However, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. First, the officials of the imperial court would owe Fengzi a favor, and Fengzi's future as an official would be much easier. Second, there were many students in Fengzi's academy, and it was time for them to gain experience. As for the money to repair the East and West Market, it was not worth mentioning to Fengzi at all. Instead, he could earn a favor. It was a good deal. It seemed that Zhang Sun Wuji cheated Fengzi, but in fact, Fengzi made a lot of money. In this case, there was nothing to blame. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "You did the right thing. Don't blame yourself." Ha! Zhang Sun Wuji didn't recover for a while. He thought that he might be scolded if he told Li Shimin about this matter. He didn't expect that not only was he not scolded, but he was also praised. This was really a pleasant surprise. In fact, what he didn't know was that he thought that he was on the first level. Li Erlang might not like the idea of making a madman lose some money and then scold him. However, Li Erlang was on the second level. He didn't care about the money that Zhang Feng lost at all. He only cared about the repair of the East and West Market and the favor that the officials owed Fengzi. It should be known that a favor was much more important than money. Now that Li Shimin was not angry, he was relieved and said with a smile, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I did it for the sake of the Tang Dynasty." Li Shimin nodded and didn't praise him much. He knew that his brother-in-law was arrogant and complacent sometimes. Then he changed the topic and said, "What has Fengzi been doing recently?" Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's interest was instantly piqued. He smiled and said, "I really don't know what Fengzi has been doing recently. However, when I went to court this morning, I saw Fengzi's guards." Oh, Li Shimin put down his cigarette and looked at Zhang Sun Wuji with interest. "What are his guards doing?" Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "I saw Fengzi's bodyguard running around Chang'an Avenue. He was wearing steel plates and had sandbags tied to his feet. He was shouting some kind of chant that could be heard from 3 miles away." Li Shimin frowned, somewhat puzzled. He could understand running. It was nothing more than exercise. He could understand tying sandbags to his legs, but why did he have to tie steel plates to his body? She even had to chant. Why did this sound a bit like military training? However, it didn't seem like it. Soldiers didn't have the operation of tying steel plates. Fengzi was becoming more and more unfathomable. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji in confusion. "Do you know what Fengzi's guards are doing?" "I don't know." Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, "I only saw the guards when I went to court. I didn't ask." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji, somewhat speechless. He was already in front of him, but he didn't know how to ask. However, this wasn't a bad thing. At least he knew what Fengzi was doing these days. He hadn't seen this guy for a few days. He could take this opportunity to see Fengzi. Thinking of this, he raised his head and glanced at Xiao Gizi. "Xiao Gizi, change clothes and leave the palace." Xiao Gizi understood and took out plain clothes to wait for orders. Li Shimin stood up and changed clothes while saying to Zhang Sun Wuji, "Accompany me to see Fengzi later." Zhang Sun Wuji quivered and subconsciously wanted to refuse. This was because he had given Dai Zhou and Duanluan some advice just now. If nothing unexpected happened, these two fellows should be on their way. If they were to bump into each other in the Zhang estate, it would be a little awkward. However, on second thought, Erlang's words made sense. This wasn't completely a bad thing. At least it would give the academy students a chance to gain experience. Perhaps Feng Zi would thank him. After thinking about it, he decided to go. After all, Feng Zi didn't eat people. After changing clothes quickly, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji got on the carriage and went to Zhang Mansion. However, they soon discovered something strange. Chang'an Avenue, which used to be packed with people, was deserted today. There were not even a few pedestrians on the road. What was even more strange was that there was no one in front of many vendors, leaving the food on the chairs. Many of the food had already been visited by sparrows. What was going on? Li Shimin turned to Zhang Sun Wuji and asked curiously, "Why is Chang'an Avenue like this? Could it be that thieves have looted it?" This was the only possibility he could think of at the moment. Chang'an was usually crowded with people. Usually, it would take a few hours to go shopping. Moreover, the vendors in Chang'an valued their stalls more than their lives. How could they abandon their stalls now? There must be something wrong. Chapter 2028. But he still didn't know the reason. Faced with Li Shimin's question, Zhang Sun Wuji had a bad feeling. He looked around the street, and sure enough, it was deserted. Especially the glutinous rice wine stall. It was overturned. Glutinous rice wine. His eyes widened as if he remembered something. In the early hours of this morning, the guards of Zhang Mansion seemed to be drinking glutinous rice wine here. They also talked about some things in Zhang Mansion, including that madman was going to Jiangnan. Could it be, the incident on Chang'an Avenue was related to Feng Zi? Hiss, he gasped and turned to Li Shimin. He said carefully, "Your Majesty, it might be related to Feng Zi." Feng Zi. Li Shimin frowned and asked in confusion, "How is it related to Feng Zi?" Zhang Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes. In the early hours of this morning, I vaguely heard the guards of Zhang Mansion say that Feng Zi was going to leave. Hearing this, Li Shimin seemed to understand something. Feng Zi was going to leave, and then the people of Chang'an were going to see Feng Zi. Now this was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could the scene on Chang'an Avenue be explained? But soon he felt something was wrong. If the people all went to Feng Zi's house, would Feng Zi be in danger? He turned to the coachman and said quickly, "Speed up, hurry up." The coachman didn't hesitate. He waved his whip and the horses neighed. They went straight to Zhang Mansion. But not long after, the coachman said, "Master, there's a jam in front." Li Shimin frowned and reached out to lift the curtain of the sedan chair. He saw that the roadside was crowded with pedestrians. There were peddlers, merchants, scholars, and even some child beggars. Almost everyone that could be seen in Chang'an was here. In their hands, there were things like eggs, pancakes, and books. It looked like they were there to deliver gifts. If only the old man had such a big crowd when he left. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, Feng Zi was about to go to Jiangnan, and so many people had come. This was enough to show Feng Zi's position among the common people. However, Li Shimin wasn't in the mood to lament about this. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, "How do we get to the Zhang residence now?" Zhang Sun Wuji smiled awkwardly and glanced outside the window. He turned to look at Li Shimin and said faintly, "There are so many people on the road now. I'm afraid that the carriage won't be able to pass through. It seems that we can only walk." Walk? Li Shimin frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not willing to walk. After all, he was used to having a high bed and soft pillow for a long time. He was still repulsed by the sudden need to walk through the crowd. However, looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he had to walk. He sighed and could only say, "Then let's walk. Let's look for the back door of the Zhang residence and enter from there." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. He called the coachman and helped Li Shimin get off the carriage. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got off the carriage, a man bumped into them. Zhang Sun Wuji immediately became angry and roared, "Don't you have eyes? Why don't you look where you are going?" When the man saw that they were wearing silk, he knew that they were not to be trifled with. He put on a smile and said, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry. We are all going to the Zhang residence to see Prince Zhang. Please forgive us." How could Zhang Sun Wuji forgive him? He bumped into the emperor. His face darkened and he was about to continue cursing when Li Shimin's eyes narrowed and gave him a look. He instantly understood and could only stand to the side. Li Shimin smiled at the man and said, "Little brother, please don't take offense. My family's servants are always like this. Did you just say that you were going to the Zhang residence to see Prince Zhang?" When the man saw Li Shimin's words and actions, he knew that this was the real deal. He didn't waste any words and cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Master, you must be joking. This humble one is only a businessman. How could I dare to forgive you? However, since you mentioned Prince Zhang, then I will talk with you." When he said this, he couldn't help but look proud. Previously, this humble one's family was just a poor man. However, ever since Prince Zhang announced the method of braising meat, I began to imitate it. My life slowly improved and now I can be considered wealthy. I can sell my meat for 5 coins a day. However, when I heard that Prince Zhang was leaving, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Thus, I brought 2 caddies of braised meat to see Prince Zhang. As he spoke, the man raised the braised meat in his hand and smiled. "I presume that you are also here to see Prince Zhang." He, yes, Li Shimin smiled awkwardly. It was true that they were here to see Feng Zi, but other people were either carrying eggs or braised meat. He didn't have anything. It felt like he was here to freeload. The man also felt that something was wrong. He glanced at Li Shimin and saw that he didn't have anything in his hands. He cast a look of disdain and left. "Master, what should we do now?" Zhang Sun Wuji came up and looked at Li Shimin helplessly. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "Go to the back door." As he spoke, he walked towards another path. Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly followed behind. However, they didn't expect that the other path was also packed with people. However, compared to the main entrance, this path was slightly better. There were fewer people. Chapter 2029. Li Shimin saw that there was no other way and rushed into the crowd without saying anything. Zhang Sun Wuji did not dare to delay and rushed forward to make a path for his brother-in-law. After a while, the two finally arrived at the door. The noise and curses were endless. Li Shimin could only turn a deaf ear and talk to the guard. "Where's your master? What did you say? I can't hear you. Where's your master?" "Oh, he's at home. Let me in." Fortunately, the guard recognized Li Shimin. Otherwise, who knew how much effort it would take? After entering the residence, the guard led Li Shimin to the main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw Zhang Feng sitting on a chair with a cigarette in his hand. He was smoking and looking very comfortable. Li Shimin quickly went forward and pulled Zhang Feng up. He shouted anxiously, "Fengzi, your door is in such a mess and you're still smoking here. Lao Li, why are you here?" Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin curiously. However, he soon realized that he was focusing on the wrong thing. He shook his sleeves and sat back on the chair. He said helplessly, "What can I do? I didn't want to leak the news, but I can't control people's mouths." Speaking of this, he snorted and said discontentedly, "The guards at home didn't keep their mouths shut. It's also my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to those guys. That's why people are blocking the door now. You feel wronged. Li Shimin raised his eyebrows and found it funny. So many people came to see you. This is such a great honor. You're still throwing a tantrum. Yes, you don't know how lucky you are. Zhang Sun Wuji snorted and looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. On what basis? Why did this kid have so many people sending him to Jiangnan? Why didn't anyone send him when he went to other places to take up his post? It's fine if they sent him, but why did this kid hide in the main hall and refuse to see anyone? He was a classic example of someone who didn't know how to appreciate good intentions. Looking at their cold gazes, Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly got up and helped them sit down before saying, "You don't have to be jealous of me." Who the hell is jealous of you? Zhang Sun Wuji almost jumped up. Fortunately, Li Shimin quickly held him down. Otherwise, this guy would have definitely started a fight with Zhang Feng. I'm not jealous, okay? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji. Then, he glanced at the door and said faintly, "Of course, I know that the commoners are here to see me. I also want to go out and meet everyone. It's just that there are too many commoners here. I heard that the door is blocked. If I go out now, wouldn't I be torn apart alive?" As he spoke, he sat down on the chair and took a deep puff of his cigarette before continuing, "I'd better stay at home and wait for the commoners to leave before going out." Nonsense. Li Shimin frowned and looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. The commoners came to see you because they have high hopes for you. Why are you hiding at home? Besides, there are so many commoners outside now. What if something happens? You should go out and meet the commoners, then dismiss them. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. In fact, he also wanted to dismiss the commoners, but he was worried that if he went out, the commoners' emotions would rise again. This way, the situation would be even more difficult to deal with. If someone died, it would be difficult to clean up. However, if he didn't go out, the commoners would continue to gather at the door. After thinking about it, he decided to go out. After making up his mind, he looked at Li Shimin. You're right. I can only solve this if I go out. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the front yard. The servant at the door was holding the door. When he saw the master, he quickly said, "Master, the commoners want to come in. What do we do now?" Du Ziding was also very anxious. "Master, the area is completely blocked. Why don't you?" Zhang Feng waved his hand to tell Du Ziding to stop. He then looked at the servant. "Open the door. I'll go out and take a look." "Master, it might be dangerous to go out now. There are so many commoners." Du Ziding looked worriedly at Zhang Feng. Normally, it was a good thing that the commoners came to see the master. However, when there were too many people, it became a bad thing because no one knew what kind of danger would occur. "Don't worry." Zhang Feng didn't care. He smiled. "It's a good thing that the commoners came to see me. I can't let the commoners feel disappointed." Du Ziding nodded. He knew the relationship between the two. The commoners coming to see the master meant that they loved the master. It would be inappropriate if they didn't go out. However, there were too many people going out. If there was danger, it would be over. He glanced at the servants. "Later, open the door and protect the master. Remember, don't leave his side." The servants all nodded. Du Ziding was relieved. He waved his hand to open the door. As the main door was opened, a series of screams could be heard coming in. "Prince Zhang, we're here to see you." "Prince Zhang," Du Ziding hesitated. He turned his head to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't care. He waved his hand to open the door. Chapter 20:30. When the door was fully opened, a sea of people came into view. Many common people and businessmen were holding all kinds of things in their hands, such as eggs, braised meat, silk, and so on. They stood at the door together. Some of them could not stand anymore, so they climbed on the stone lions in front of the mansion. Some children climbed directly on the locust trees, like monkeys looking at the sea. When they saw the person they missed coming out, they immediately lost control of their emotions and kept shouting. "Prince Zhang, I'm Huzi. You drank my family's fermented glutinous rice before. This time, we heard that you were leaving, so we came to see you. President Zhang, I heard that you were leaving, so I specially brought my 30-year-old cured meat to give to you. Prince Zhang, I brought you braised meat. You must accept it." Everyone carried their gifts and kept squeezing in front of Zhang Feng. For a moment, the whole street was blocked. The people in front seemed to have been stepped on, and there were bursts of crying and shouting. Seeing this, Zhang Feng only felt a chill on his back. He did not expect the people of Chang'an to be so crazy. He quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, stop." His words seemed to have magic power. As soon as they were heard, the crowd stopped restless, but there were still some people whispering, but it did not matter. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said solemnly, "I know you value me. This time I'm going to Jiangnan to develop, but you don't have to worry, because I'm going to bring the prosperity of Chang'an to Jiangnan." Good, good. Just as they were talking, a Buddhist chant came from the crowd. Zhang Feng frowned and was a little dissatisfied. He hated to be disturbed in the middle of a speech, especially by a monk. He opened his eyes wide, trying to find the speaker and ask for clarification. The crowd also cast sidelong glances and felt dissatisfied. Although the Tang Empire had always worshipped Buddha and the people were also in awe of Buddha, they were now listening to young Master Zhang's wise words. How could they allow a monk to disturb them? Not to mention that young Master Zhang was about to leave, and they might not be able to hear these wise words in the future. Thinking of this, a ball of nameless anger seemed to ignite in the hearts of the people, and they were determined to find the troublemaker. But at this moment, that voice rang out again. "Everyone says that Prince Zhang is a very kind person. Now that I've met you in person, it's true that your reputation is not as good as your appearance." Excellent. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little confused. He couldn't tell if the other party was praising him or insulting him. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a man in a yellow monk's robe walk out from the crowd. This man had 6 scars on his head. He had a benevolent face and his palms were clasped together. He looked like a Buddhist monk. "This is Master Xuanzang." Someone seemed to have recognized the monk and exclaimed. With this exclamation, the whole place seemed to be in an uproar. They all looked at the man called Xuanzang. Soon, the people imitated Xuanzang. They clasped their palms together and chanted the name of Amitabha to Xuanzang. Their eyes were slowly filled with piety. Xuanzang seemed to be enjoying the crowd's attention. For a moment, he forgot about Zhang Feng and started chatting with the people about Buddhism. Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally understood. This guy was Tang Sanzang. But it would be more appropriate to call him Xuanzang. But why did this guy come to the entrance of Zhang Mansion? Also, what this guy said just now was a little confusing. What did he mean? Just as he was thinking, Du Zidong quietly came up. "Master, this Xuanzang is the monk chosen by His Majesty at the Water and Land Conference a few days ago. I heard that he's going to India to collect the Buddhist scriptures." Water and Land Conference. Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback and instantly understood something. Previously, due to the Chang'an city incident, Li Shimin had no choice but to issue an edict and call for a Water and Land Conference. This Water and Land Conference was no doubt a springboard for Xuanzang. From then on, Buddhism in the Tang Dynasty became more prosperous. The price was to go to India to collect the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and use them to release more souls. Since it was a fact that Xuanzang was going to India, he couldn't let such a good resource go to waste. Now that India and the Tang dynasty were in a stalemate, if 1 or 2 spies were sent over, they might be able to obtain some top-secret information. And this spy must be Xuanzang. First of all, this guy was a monk. It would not be easy to arouse suspicion. Moreover, he had a very strong purpose this time, which was to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. This purpose alone would allow him to avoid many interrogations in India. If this guy defected and became a professional spy of the Tang dynasty in India, then the odds of winning against India would be much higher. He would also be able to foresee the future. Thinking about this, he looked at Xuanzang and smiled maliciously. Master Xuanzang, I've heard a lot about you. Xuanzang was chatting with his followers. When he heard someone calling him, he slowly turned around and faced Zhang Feng. He put his palms together and said indifferently, Prince Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. Zhang Feng laughed in his heart. Pretend. Go ahead and pretend for Lao Tzu. This Buddhist is so damn good at pretending. However, his face was still calm. He said lightly, Master Xuanzang, since you've come to my humble abode today, why don't you come in and let me be the host? Chapter 2031. Xuanzang smiled and nodded. Amitabha. Young Master Zhang is a kind and benevolent man. You are a blessing to the people of Chang'an. It is my honor to be invited. How can I refuse? Xuanzang lifted his trousers and walked towards Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He extended his hand and gestured for Xuanzang to enter. Xuanzang nodded and prepared to enter. However, the people behind him were a little unwilling. They came here to see Prince Zhang. Now that Xuanzang was here, Prince Zhang didn't say anything. How could they agree? So the crowd was in a mess again and started shouting. Prince Zhang, don't go. You haven't finished your words, Prince Zhang. The crowd was in high spirits and kept waving their hands. They were like the audience of a modern concert. However, Zhang Feng was not a singer. He turned his head and looked around at the crowd. He waved his hand and motioned for them to stop. Then he said seriously, Dear people of Chang'an, I know that you love me very much. This time, I am going to Jiangnan to seek benefits for the Tang Empire. So don't worry and go home. After he finished speaking, the crowd was quiet for a moment. But soon, they became restless again. Prince Zhang, accept my braised meat. Prince Zhang, I'm giving you fermented glutinous rice. I'm giving you eggs. The crowd raised the gifts in their hands and rushed to the front, as if they were afraid of being left behind. Everyone, be quiet. Zhang Feng saw that the crowd was a little chaotic and quickly stopped them. Then, he glanced at the crowd and said, I'll accept the gifts. Don't push so that people don't die. In fact, these gifts were dispensable to him. The key was that if the people gathered at the door for a long time, people would die. If he accepted the gifts, the people might leave. This way, the danger would be greatly reduced. This method was indeed effective. The commoners stopped their chaos and stood in their original positions in an orderly manner. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Du Ziding and said, Take me to collect the gifts. We have to record everyone's name, gift, and residence. Du Ziding nodded slightly. He knew that Old Master wanted to record the information of every citizen who gave gifts so that it would be convenient for him to help or return the gifts in the future. Old Master was like this. If someone treated him well, he would treat them well. After giving his orders, Zhang Feng led Xuanzang into the mansion. As soon as he stepped into the residence, Xuanzang couldn't keep his cool. White cotton was spread all over the front yard and there were many servants plucking the cotton. Although he had seen cotton-padded clothes before, he had never seen how cotton-padded clothes were made with his own eyes. He couldn't help but be curious. He walked forward and looked at Zhang Feng. He asked curiously, Prince Zhang, is this how cotton-padded clothes are made? Zhang Feng was overjoyed. No matter how knowledgeable you are in the future, you are still dumbfounded. However, he didn't pretend to be proud. Instead, he smiled and said, yes, these are the cotton-padded clothes that are popular in Chang'an. What do you think, Master Xuanzang? Xuanzang nodded slightly and smiled. Almsgiver Zhang is kind and generous. I believe that Buddha will bless you for the good of the people. He had heard of Zhang Feng's reputation before and thought that he was a kind and talented person. Today, not only did his understanding of Zhang Feng completely change, he also believed that Zhang Feng was a person who loved and protected the people. Now, he only had respect for him. Of course, Zhang Feng didn't know this. He smiled and said, Master Xuanzang, you must be joking. Please come to the hall. With that, Zhang Feng led Xuanzang to the main hall. Xuanzang reluctantly looked at the cotton and followed Zhang Feng to the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Xuanzang was stunned because he saw someone. It was Li Shimin. His mind was in a mess. Why is His Majesty here? Prince Zhang may have some reputation, but it shouldn't be enough for His Majesty to come here, right? Just as he was wondering, he realized something. His Majesty was wearing plain clothes. And Lord Zhangsun was also wearing plain clothes. Could it be that His Majesty was out in plain clothes? Was there something going on between Prince Zhang and His Majesty? Or did His Majesty come to see Prince Zhang in plain clothes? Or did Prince Zhang not know His Majesty's identity? He didn't dare to think about it and just made random guesses. However, the awkward side appeared. How could he greet His Majesty? If he directly addressed His Majesty, it would be a sin if he ruined His Majesty's plans. But if he didn't address His Majesty as His Majesty, it would be disrespectful. Just as he was confused, Li Shimin walked up and gave Xuanzang a look. He smiled and said, You must be the famous Master Xuanzang in Chang'an. When Xuanzang first came in, he was also shocked. Fortunately, this guy was stunned. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to say. Xuanzang wasn't stupid. When he saw Li Shimin's look and words, he understood what was going on. He nodded and put his palms together. I am Xuanzang. May I know who you are? Chapter 2032. This was a classic case of asking the obvious. Both of them knew what was going on. Poor Zhang Feng didn't know anything and thought that this was the first time the two of them had met. He quickly stepped forward to introduce them. Xuanzang, this is Master Li. He's a businessman. The one surnamed Sun is also a businessman. As he spoke, Zhang Feng waved for everyone to take a seat. Xuanzang sat down. He was now certain that Zhang Feng didn't know His Majesty's identity. He didn't even know Lord Jiangxuan's identity. But why did His Majesty come to Zhang Feng? And why did he hide his identity? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Feng spoke again. Master Xuanzang, I heard that you hosted the Water and Land Conference last time. Xuanzang paused and didn't immediately reply. He glanced at Li Shimin. Because the conference was hosted by him, he didn't dare to speak without his permission. Li Shimin also sensed Xuanzang's dilemma and gave him a reassuring look. Xuanzang relaxed and put his palms together. Almsgiver Zhang, I did host the Water and Land Conference last time. What advice does Prince Zhang have for me? I can't say that I've taught you anything. Zhang Feng smiled and turned to Li Shimin. His face fell. Lao Li, come with me and see if the tea is ready. Tea? Li Shimin paused. He had been sitting here for a long time and the tea hadn't been served. Why did Xuanzang want to see if the tea was ready? Besides, the tea was made by the maids. Why did he want him to see it? In an instant, he seemed to understand something. This kid must have something to say to him and wanted to go out on purpose. That should be it. Otherwise, why would he find such a clumsy excuse? Thinking of this, he still followed Zhang Feng out of the door. Xuanzang, on the other hand, was stunned. It was because Zhang Feng addressed Li Shimin as such. Lao Li. Without years of friendship, no one would call him that. But His Majesty didn't seem to care at all. Even Lord Zhangsun, who was usually the most protective of His Majesty, did not say a word. Strange, this was too strange. He felt like his head was in a mess. He wanted to ask Zhangsun Wuji who was in meditation, but he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He could only pray in his heart, Amitabha, Buddha bless me. On the other hand, Zhang Feng led Li Shimin to a side room. Seeing that there was no one around, he carefully closed the door. Feng Zi, what are you doing? Why are you acting like a thief? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Don't be noisy. Zhang Feng turned to look at Li Shimin. Seeing that no one was around, he asked, Lao Li, do you know who Xuanzang is? Li Shimin was amused. What status could Xuanzang have? Isn't he just a monk? He's not just a monk. Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin solemnly. Last time, he hosted the Water and Land Conference and was greatly appreciated by His Majesty. I heard that he's going to India to get the scriptures soon. Li Shimin was slightly stunned. Zhang Feng was well informed. Indeed, during the last Water and Land Conference, Xuanzang talked about Hinayana Buddhism and said that it could release the souls of the dead. This instantly attracted the attention of the people below the stage. The Tang Dynasty worshipped Buddhism. With Xuanzang's lecture, the people quickly became restless. They all asked Xuanzang if he could release the living from their suffering. Xuanzang said that he needed the Mahayana Buddhism, and this Mahayana Buddhism was far away in India. The people naturally desired the Mahayana Buddhism, and they all petitioned Li Shimin. In response to the people's voices, Li Shimin ordered Xuanzang to go to India to get the Mahayana Buddhism. Originally, the Tang Dynasty and India were in a stalemate. Whether or not they could get the scriptures was still uncertain. However, this method did indeed stabilize the people's hearts. Xuanzang was also willing to go to India. Both sides were happy. However, what Li Shimin couldn't figure out was that Feng Zi called him over just to talk about Xuanzang. What was there to talk about? He replied impatiently, yes, he hosted the Water and Land Conference. He'll probably go to India in half a month. What does this have to do with you? Of course it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Li Shimin. Then, he glanced in the direction of India and said with a serious face, although it has nothing to do with me, it has something to do with the Tang Dynasty. Think about it, what's the relationship between the Tang Dynasty and India now? If Xuanzang is in India. Hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. He didn't become the emperor only because of his strength. He also had wisdom that others couldn't match. Zhang Feng had only said half of it, but he had already understood the gist of it. Xuanzang was going to India. Now, the Tang Dynasty and India were in a stalemate. To put it bluntly, they weren't on good terms. What if Xuanzang went to India to ask for information? This was undoubtedly the best help for the Tang Dynasty. However, Xuanzang was a monk. How could he do such a thing? He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. Feng Zi, I understand what you're saying. But Xuanzang is a monk. Why would he be willing to work for you and me? Zhang Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. I'll convince Xuanzang later. You just have to beat around the bush and say a few words for me. I promise I'll have a way. Chapter 2033. Li Shimin did not know what Zhang Feng was up to, but seeing how confident he was, he did not say anything. Furthermore, Xuanzang knew his identity. He believed that with his words, it would be easier for Xuanzang to betray him. He nodded. All right, I will act according to your wishes. Zhang Feng nodded, opened the door and walked towards the main hall. Xuanzang was still thinking about the relationship between Zhang Feng and Li Shimin. When he saw them return, he hurriedly stood up. Almsgiver Zhang, Almsgiver Li, you are back. Zhang Feng smiled. Please have a seat, Venerable One. The tea will be served soon. Although making tea was an excuse, he could not just sit there and do nothing. That was why he ordered the servants to make tea when he came over. Xuanzang nodded and glanced at Li Shimin. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he turned and sat down. He then looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. Almsgiver Zhang, I saw many cotton-padded clothes in the front yard. They must be in high demand. His face turned red. I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if Almsgiver Zhang could sell some to the monks of the Great Mercy Temple? To resist the cold. The Great Mercy Temple was where he cultivated. There were many pilgrims there. He could use some money to buy cotton-padded clothes. Hearing Xuanzang's words, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He wanted to drink milk. The mother of his child was here. He was still thinking about how to get into the conversation with Xuanzang, but this guy came knocking on his door. As long as he gave the cotton-padded clothes to him, Xuanzang would owe him a favor. It would be easier to negotiate later. After making up his mind, he smiled and pretended to be a savior. Venerable Xuanzang, you are too kind. Although I am not a Buddhist, I am a Buddhist. Since the monks of the Great Mercy Temple need cotton-padded clothes, how can it be a transaction? I am willing to give them to the monks of the Great Mercy Temple. That being said, Lin Fan was overjoyed. If Xuanzang wanted cotton clothes, he must have a need for them. Lin Fan was lacking in everything but cotton clothes. If he gave these cotton clothes to Xuanzang, Xuanzang would definitely fall for it. Li Shimin despised Zhang Feng in his heart because he knew that this guy was full of nonsense. What did he mean by liking Buddhism? Who was he trying to fool? He had never seen this guy read a book about Buddhism. Moreover, he was so indulgent in meat and wine. Did he look like someone who loved Buddhism? However, he didn't expose Xuanzang. After all, he also hoped that Zhang Feng could fool Xuanzang so that he could go to India to gather information. As for the Mahayana Sutra, wasn't that simple? When India was destroyed, what Mahayana Sutra would they not have? He could even get his hands on top-grade sutras. Even if they couldn't destroy India, as long as Xuanzang was fooled, he would definitely be a thorn in India's side. After all, India worshipped Buddhism as their national religion. Who would suspect that a monk was a spy? However, this still depended on whether Feng Zi's mouth could fool Xuanzang, the foolish monk. With that thought, he looked at the two of them again. He saw that Xuanzang's eyes were slightly red. After listening to Zhang Feng's words, he instantly realized that this benefactor not only had a heart to save the world, but also had a heart to care for the common people. This was simply a blessing for Chang'an and the people of the world. However, he couldn't accept the cotton clothes. After all, he didn't deserve it. With that thought, he put his palms together and said with admiration, "Excellent. Benefactor Zhang's heart is indeed a blessing for the common people. However, I know that the cotton clothes are from Benefactor Zhang's family. It wasn't easy to make them, so I can't accept it easily. The Great Mercy Temple still has some money for incense. I will personally send it over." Zhang Feng's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't good. If this silly monk didn't accept the cotton clothes, it wouldn't be easy to continue the conversation. After all, if Xuanzang accepted the cotton clothes for free, it would mean that he owed him a favor. If he had any requests later, it would be easier to ask. This guy seemed to be a little unreasonable. He smiled and didn't give up on the previous topic. He continued to insist, "Master Xuanzang, all the monks in the world are one family. You have been exorcising evil spirits and restraining demons for the Tang Dynasty for many years. This cotton clothes is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." As he spoke, he winked at Li Shimin, indicating that he should speak. Li Shimin instantly understood and said with a smile, "Lin Fan is right. Please don't refuse." Xuanzang didn't want to accept it at first. After all, he was deeply influenced by Buddhism. However, when he heard Li Shimin's words, he felt that it would be disobeying the imperial order if he didn't accept it. Moreover, he was about to leave for India. He could only nod and say, "Then I thank Benefactor Li and Benefactor Zhang for your kindness." Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He felt a little helpless. It was obviously his cotton clothes. Why did it feel like Lao Li was the one who gave it away? However, this wasn't important. He had to hurry up and fool Xuanzang. Chapter 2034. He looked at Xuanzang and asked seriously, "Master Xuanzang, why are you going to India this time? Do you know how far it will be? Is it easy to encounter misfortune?" Upon hearing this, Xuanzang's interest was piqued. He straightened his posture and looked in the direction of India. Then, he looked at Zhang Feng and said solemnly, "I'm going to India to obtain the Mahayana Sutra. I'm going to release the souls of those who have been wronged." As for the journey, he frowned and continued, "I don't know how far it will be, but I won't give up. I want to obtain the sutra. Even if there are wolves, tigers, leopards, and bandits along the way, they won't change my mind." Li Shimin looked at Xuanzang with admiration. He thought to himself that he had chosen the right person. Although these were all empty words, to him, they sounded exactly like the truth. Furthermore, Xuanzang's face was filled with sincerity, which made him feel even more confident. There was even a moment when he did not want to instigate Xuanzang. But on second thought, how could a monk be more important than India? He should still be a spy. Besides, Xuanzang was less likely to arouse suspicion. Zhang Feng felt the same way. He even wanted to give this guy a thumbs up. The journey to the west was 50,000 miles. That was still considered a small number. If you added in the wasted roads, it would be more than 90,000 miles. Who would have the willpower to persevere? But this guy in front of him did it. He had to admit that this was worthy of admiration. However, no matter how powerful this guy was, he could not avoid being a spy at Zhang Mansion today. Zhang Mansion smiled and asked, "Master Xuanzang, how do you know that the Mahayana Sutra can release souls from their suffering? Have you seen it before?" He dared to ask this because he was sure that Xuanzang had never seen the Mahayana Sutra. Before Xuanzang came back from his journey to the west, there was no Mahayana Sutra in the Tang Dynasty. Later, this guy took the sutra and put it in the Wild Goose Pagoda. It was true that Xuanzang had never seen Mahayana Buddhism, but he didn't seem to mind Zhang Feng's question. He just smiled and said, "Almsgiver Zhang, you must be joking. This poor monk may not have seen Mahayana Buddhism, but I've heard countless monks talk about its wonders." Although he said that, his mind was already racing. "That's right, I haven't seen the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma before. Is this Mahayana Buddhist Dharma as magical as the legends say?" For a moment, he had a trace of doubt. But he quickly dismissed the thought because he felt that he was a monk and couldn't have such doubts. Also, he was about to go to India and couldn't have such thoughts. Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed something and looked at Xuanzang with a faint smile. "Master, you just said that you've only heard about it from others and have never seen it with your own eyes. This means that you don't know the wonders of the Mahayana Sutra at all. Can it release souls from their suffering? Can it allow people to go to paradise? If you don't know these, how can you get the West Sutra?" This, Xuanzang frowned and didn't know how to answer. Indeed, he didn't know anything that Zhang Feng asked. First of all, he had never seen the Mahayana Sutra, so it was even more impossible for him to know if it could release souls from their suffering. However, he intuitively believed that the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma must be so magical. This was the intuition of a monk. However, facing Zhang Feng's question, it wasn't appropriate for him to not answer. He could only answer stubbornly, "Almsgiver Zhang, this penniless monk really doesn't know what you just said." However, this penniless monk still believes that Mahayana Buddhism can release vengeful souls from purgatory and can also send people to nirvana. Zhang Feng felt a little helpless. What a stubborn fellow. But then again, which monk wasn't stubborn? However, this was not a problem for him. He smiled and continued, "Master Xuanzang, let's put this aside for now. Can you tell me what the Pure Land is?" Xuanzang immediately perked up and clasped his hands together. The Western Paradise is also known as the Pure Land of Bliss, the 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 Land of Bliss. Henceforth, the world headed west. After passing through 1,000,000,000,000 Buddhist lands, one would reach the Pure Land of Bliss. Regarding the situation of this Pure Land, there is a detailed explanation in the Amitabha Sutra, and Amitabha Buddha is still teaching there today. According to the Amitabha Sutra, those who are born in this Pure Land will experience various kinds of happiness. For example, their bodies are like the 32 faces of Buddha, and they have 5 eyes and 6 supernatural powers. The relationship between the 5 senses is very subtle, and the heart is relaxed and refreshed. They listen to the Dharma in their heart and worship the Buddha and Bodhisattva, and they will be enlightened. However, in this Pure Land, there are so-called borderlands, doubtful cities, womb palaces, and so on. These are the places where the saviors of Amitabha Buddha will be born. No, 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 Zhang Feng smiled and said seriously, the Pure Land should be a place where there are no disputes in the world, where there are no differences in culture, where there are no conflicts between people, where there are only virtuous and capable people, and where there is harmony. Old friends don't only have relatives, and children don't only have children. So that the old have a purpose, the strong have a purpose, the young have a strong point, and the lonely have a purpose. There is a place for men, and a place for women. Evil goods should be discarded from the ground, and there is no need to hide them. Evil forces should not come from the body, and there is no need to do it for oneself. It is a place where conspiracy is closed but not flourishing, where theft is not done, and where outsiders are not closed. This is the Pure Land. As for what you said, it is a virtual world, and it can't be realized. Chapter 2035. No conflict in the world. Xuanzang was stunned. No difference in culture. No conflict in the world. These words kept pouring into his mind like a bucket of water. Yes, as long as there was no conflict in the world, people would be able to enjoy bliss even if they didn't go to the Western Paradise. Now that the world was divided and reunited, there were endless wars. Didn't he become a monk to find a pure land for people? If there was no conflict in the world, the Western scripture wouldn't be important. There was no difference in culture. As long as everyone could read and use the same language, there would be no obstacles in communication and wars wouldn't happen easily. One had to know that many wars were caused by disagreements and not being able to understand each other's language. If there were really no cultural differences, then there wouldn't be wars and people wouldn't die. But how could this be achieved? As long as there were people, there would be wars. This was inevitable. But since almsgiver Zhang said so, did he have a corresponding solution? He looked at Zhang Feng expectantly. Almsgiver Zhang, what you said just now is really wise. How can we do it? It's very simple. Zhang Feng smiled. As long as there is no war in the world, it can be done. The corner of Xuanzang's mouth twitched. He felt helpless. He knew there was no war, but how to do it was the most difficult. He asked again with a sincere face, Almsgiver Zhang, I know there is no war. But how can we do it? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin. They were finally getting to the point. He smiled and turned to look at Xuanzang. He said seriously, now there are wars around the Tang dynasty. Only by quelling these wars can we do it. First of all, the Turks, Tubo, Tuyuhun, and India. As long as the Tang dynasty quells these wars, the people of the Tang dynasty may go to the Western Paradise. After hearing this, Li Shimin really wanted to give Zhang Feng a thumbs up. Don't be fooled by this brat's usual playfulness. When it came to tricking people, he was like an old sow wearing a bra, one said after another. Even he was almost stunned by this kid. He didn't believe that Xuanzang would remain unmoved. He turned to look at Xuanzang. He saw that Xuanzang was stunned. He frowned and didn't say anything. In fact, Xuanzang was struggling in his heart. When he heard Zhang Feng's words, his first thought was that they were wise. However, after carefully tasting it, he felt that something was not quite right. However, he could not figure out what was wrong, so he began to think about it. Until now, he still could not figure it out. Zhang Feng was clearly enjoying this process. He looked at Xuanzang playfully and said, Master Xuanzang, there are bound to be casualties in war. You know this even if I don't tell you. Many men have lost their arms, legs, and even their lives because of war. Do you want such tragedies to continue? No. Xuanzang replied. Xuanzang replied subconsciously. As a monk, he could not bear to see or even hear about killing. However, he was just a monk. Other than teaching others to be kind and preaching, there was nothing he could do to stop the killings. He looked at Zhang Feng helplessly and said, But I am just a monk. I can only teach others to be kind. How can I stop the killings? You can. Zhang Feng said firmly. He looked at Xuanzang seriously. Think about it. Aren't you going to India this time? India is at war with the Tang dynasty. You just have to persuade them to reduce the killing. Even if they withdraw, you can bring back some useful information to the Tang dynasty. Isn't that enough to stop the killing? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. At this moment, he really felt that this Feng Zi was like a preacher, fooling Xuanzang with a straight face. Most importantly, this silly monk was slow to react, and it took him a long time to react. If Li Shimin knew about MLM, he would think that Zhang Feng was an elite in MLM. It would be a pity if he didn't go into MLM with his eloquence. Li Shimin wasn't the only one who was stunned. Xuanzang was too. At first, he was fascinated. He didn't have any problems. He was a monk and he was going to India. If he taught people to be kind there, it might be effective. But later, he felt that something was wrong. He had to bring back some useful information to the Tang dynasty. Why did it feel like treason? It felt like he was a spy. What was going on? Soon, he understood. He was being asked to be a spy. His face changed and he quickly asked, Almsgiver Zhang, you don't want me to be a spy, do you? As a monk, although he had always been responsible for teaching others to be kind, he had never thought of being a spy. After all, it was against the teachings of his religion. What Zhang Feng didn't expect was that this seemingly slow-witted monk's mind was actually so sharp. He even saw through his intentions in an instant. Chapter 2036. However, he did not panic. Instead, he continued to persuade him calmly. Master Xuanzang, you misunderstood me. How could I ask you to be a spy? I'm telling you how to send the people of the Tang dynasty to Elysium. Think about it. Now India is at war with the Tang dynasty. As long as the war doesn't stop, the people of the Tang dynasty will be in deep trouble. I believe you don't want to see that, do you? And you're about to go to India. As long as you send some information to the Great Tang, won't you be saving the people of the Great Tang? You'll be saving the men protecting the Great Tang on the battlefield. All you have to do is pay attention, and you might be able to save thousands of lives. Are you not willing to save the people of the great Tang? Xuanzang was stunned. Just now, he thought that almsgiver Zhang was asking him to be a spy. But after hearing what he said, he suddenly felt that everything was wrong. The Tang dynasty was indeed at war with India, and he was going to India. It was a very common thing, but in almsgiver Zhang's words, it seemed to be related to the people of the world. Indeed, the war between the Tang dynasty and India had been going on for a long time. If he went to India and got all the useful information, he might be able to save countless people. There was no difference between preaching and sending information. If more people could be saved by sending information, it seemed more reliable to send information. The doctrine was dead, but human life was alive. If it could save people, what was the harm in offending it once? And almsgiver Zhang's words were so reasonable. After making up his mind, he looked at Zhang Feng seriously and said, "Almsgiver Zhang, what you said is reasonable. I'm willing to go to India to send information." Then, he frowned and said, "But, I'm afraid it's difficult for me to complete the task alone." "Don't worry." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, "When the time comes, I'll arrange guards for you. You can order them around." As soon as he said that, Xuanzang's admiration for Zhang Feng was like a surging river. Isn't such a selfless person worthy of admiration? She had only met him by chance, but he was actually willing to give her a bodyguard, and even wholeheartedly for the sake of the world. He even felt that his merit from going to India to obtain the Buddhist scriptures was incomparable to the other parties. "Almsgiver Zhang, please allow this poor monk to become your disciple." Xuanzang stood up and saluted Zhang Feng respectfully. This wasn't an impulsive decision, but an emotional one. Almsgiver Zhang's selfless spirit was hard to come by. He was no different from a saint. Li Shiming was stunned. He was just watching the show when Xuanzang suddenly stood up and said he wanted to be Feng Zi's disciple. What the F***ck was going on? Li Shiming was stunned. He was just watching the show when Xuanzang suddenly stood up and said he wanted Feng Zi to be his disciple. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After all, Xuanzang was an eminent monk of the Great Mercy Temple. Why would he suddenly want to be Feng Zi's disciple? Could it be that this guy was really fooled by the madman? Or was there something wrong with this guy's head? He looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. In fact, Zhang Feng was also a little confused. He didn't expect Xuanzang to suddenly want to be his disciple. He was just trying to get this guy to defect, but he didn't know how this guy suddenly came up with this idea. However, this idea wasn't a bad thing. If they were master and disciple in the future, it might be easier to control Xuanzang to steal information. Besides, Xuanzang was not an ordinary person. He had a good reputation in the Tang dynasty, and he was also an eminent monk. Thinking about it carefully, it wasn't a loss. After thinking about it, he suppressed the shock in his heart and said to Xuanzang with a smile, "Xuanzang, I don't know why you want to be my disciple, but since you have this intention, I won't refuse. Today, I will accept you as my disciple." Xuanzang was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, master." After that, he bowed deeply and stood up. He had always admired Zhang Feng's selfless spirit, and now it was needless to say. Li Shimin saw this and quickly came forward to congratulate. Congratulations to Feng Zi for accepting such an excellent disciple. Also, congratulations to Master Xuanzang for becoming Feng Zi's disciple. In fact, he was very happy about this. Firstly, Xuanzang had become Feng Zi's disciple. In the future, Feng Zi would definitely restrict Xuanzang. This way, it would be easier to steal information in India. At first, Xuanzang might reject it, but he believed that with Feng Zi's silver tongue, Xuanzang would soon accept it. Secondly, this would also be a good way to restrain Xuanzang. Even if he went to India, he would wholeheartedly think about the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng had foreseen this. Otherwise, how could he accept Xuanzang so easily? He smiled and decided to brainwash Xuanzang to a deeper extent. Xuanzang, now that the world is in chaos, the people of the Tang Dynasty have no way to make a living. Although you are a monk, you can't sit back and do nothing. Xuanzang nodded heavily. You are right, master. Please teach me what to do. Chapter 2037. Zhang Feng smiled. Xuanzang finally understood. He looked at Xuanzang seriously and said, Xuanzang, the first thing you need to do when you go to India is to make friends with the local Buddhists. You should know that Buddhism is the national religion in India. You can participate in national and political affairs. As long as you make friends with the local Buddhists, you might be able to get some information. Xuanzang was hesitant. He was a monk, and a monk who adhered to his principles. It was indeed difficult for him to make friends with the Buddhists in India. Zhang Feng saw Xuanzang's hesitation and quickly said, Xuanzang, don't you want to save the people of the Tang Dynasty? You must know that your information could save tens of thousands of lives and soldiers. It might even resolve the conflict between the two countries. Save tens of thousands of lives and soldiers? Resolve the conflict between the two countries? Xuanzang was shocked. He felt his blood boiling. Why did he become a monk? Wasn't it to save the people? If what Master said was true, then he would have done a great service. He nodded without hesitation and said, Master, I am willing to go. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He smiled and said, Good. When the time comes, Master will arrange for guards to protect you. Xuanzang nodded. His heart had already flown to India, wandering in the world of salvation. Li Shimin gave Zhang Feng a look of admiration. To be honest, this was the first time he met someone who was so good at talking. Even the officials in the imperial court were not as good as Zhang Feng. Moreover, Xuanzang actually believed him. It was really strange. However, this was a good thing. As long as Xuanzang went to India, it was equivalent to stabbing a thorn in India's side. It would be impossible to pull it out in the future. Master, since the matter is settled, I will take my leave. Xuanzang stood up. He had to go back and prepare for his trip to India. Leaving so soon. Zhang Feng looked reluctant. In fact, he had long wanted this guy to leave. Although this cheap disciple was a good person, he was a little dull and talkative. Zhang Feng couldn't stand it, but he couldn't show it because he still needed this guy to go to India. He could only force a smile and said, I wanted to talk to you through the night. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Xuanzang put his palms together and said sincerely, Master, I have to go back and prepare for my trip to India. I will listen to your teachings when I come back. When you come back. Zhang Feng deliberately raised his voice and looked at Xuanzang with a sad face. We have just met today and we have to leave. How long do I have to wait? Li Shimin's mouth twitched as he watched from the side. He didn't believe that Feng Zi would have such deep feelings for Xuanzang on their first meeting. He even put on a sorrowful expression. He was obviously trying to bribe Xuanzang. When he looked at Xuanzang, the corners of his eyes were moist. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Xuanzang appreciates Master's kindness. But for the sake of imparting the Buddhist scriptures, I have to go to India. When I return in the future, we can reunite. Wait. Zhang Feng stopped Xuanzang and said sincerely, Xuanzang, I didn't expect you to be so sincere to me. Let me give you a big gift. After that, he didn't wait for Xuanzang to respond and shouted, Old Du, prepare me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Xuanzang was a little confused. What was this cheap master trying to do? He was about to leave, but he stopped him and said that he was going to give him something. And it looked like it was going to be calligraphy. He had heard of his master's calligraphy in the past. It was said that every piece was thought-provoking and priceless. What would it be this time? Just as he was thinking, Du Zidong walked in with the 4 treasures of the study in his hands. Zhang Feng took the brush and ink and looked at Xuanzang. He smiled and said, Xuanzang, I know that your journey to India is very long. It's a good thing that I know the route. Today, I will draw a map for you. Boom, Xuanzang's mind exploded. Did he hear wrongly? His master knew the way to India. How was that possible? That was a distance of 50,000 miles. How did his master do it? Could it be that his master had surpassed mortals? He was a little confused and a little in disbelief. At this moment, Zhang Feng stretched out his hand and started writing on the paper. Xuanzang's pupils shrank. He realized that what his master said was true. His master had really drawn a route to India. Li Shimin also had a look of disbelief on his face. He widened his eyes, as if he didn't want to miss a single detail. He didn't think that Feng Zi would know the way to India. That was a distance of 50,000 miles. How did this kid do it? Just as he was puzzled, Zhang Feng said, Xuanzang, if you depart from Chang'an, you'll probably have to pass through Gaochang, Jibishu, Jiangwo, and a few other countries. Then, you'll reach Chuzi City, and then Sahu Jiangwo. Chapter 2038. At this point, he suddenly changed the topic. This is the route I originally prepared for you, but now that Chuzi City is in a state of war, you have to bypass Chuzi City and go through it from the side. Look at the map. There should be a small path here. You will see the desert after you pass through it. After a few days, you will reach India. When you get the information in India, you will return and wait for me at the port of Tang Empire a year later. Before Xuanzang could say anything, Li Shimin asked, Feng Zi, why did you ask Xuanzang to go to the port? Zhang Feng smiled faintly, Laoli, did you forget about the steamship I mentioned before? It will be ready in a few days. When Xuanzang is at the port, the steamship will be able to pass through. As he spoke, he picked up the map on the table and handed it to Xuanzang. Xuanzang, this is a map that I drew for you. With your speed and the help of your guards, it will take you at most a year to return. Don't worry. Xuanzang took the map excitedly. His emotions were indescribable. He bowed to Zhang Feng and said, Thank you, Master. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, You are welcome. This is what I should do. The more Zhang Feng acted like this, the more excited and grateful Xuanzang was. He felt as if his heart was about to fly to India. Master, I cannot thank you enough. Please allow me to thank you when I return. After that, he bowed deeply to Zhang Feng and Li Shimin and left. Zhang Feng looked at Xuanzang's back and sighed in relief. He turned around and sat down on a stool. He took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it up. His face was full of enjoyment. Feng Zi, your acting just now was not bad. Li Shimin turned around and looked at Zhang Feng playfully. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Feng took out the cigarette butt and rolled his eyes at Li Shimin. I wasn't acting just now. It was all for the people of the Tang Dynasty and India. Li Shimin waved his hand and casually found a chair to sit on. It's not an act, okay? Then, he turned to Zhang Feng and asked mysteriously, Feng Zi, do you think Xuanzang will listen to you? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what was going on. He wasn't 100% sure about this, but it was still a good thing to have Xuanzang on his side. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and said, It's hard to say. Xuanzang is a very compassionate person. He's also very loyal to his principles. It's hard to say if he'll send a message. At this point, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. That's why I told him to arrange for guards. As long as we bring these guards into India, even if Xuanzang doesn't send any information, these guards will still be there. Do you understand? Li Shimin nodded. How could he not see through Feng Zi's little tricks? In fact, he had noticed something strange just now. It was one thing to be apprenticed to a master, but he still acted as if he appreciated him. Wasn't this a bit of a show? Fortunately, that silly monk Xuanzang couldn't see through it. He looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, Feng Zi, how do you plan to arrange for the guards? Guards. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. In fact, he wanted to arrange for the guards in the mansion. After all, these guys were veterans and loyal. They wouldn't betray him in India. But now, he changed his mind. He was about to go to Jiangnan. These guards couldn't be used for other purposes. After thinking about it, he turned to Li Shimin. Lao Li, you should have some guards. Do you want them to protect you? Me? Li Shimin shouted subconsciously. He originally thought that Feng Zi would ask him to take care of it. Why did he push the responsibility to him? But on second thought, it seemed more reliable. What kind of good guards did Feng Zi have? The guards in the mansion were veterans who had retired from the army. Most of them were injured, not to mention going to India. They would probably die on the way. With this, he might as well send someone to the barracks to find some active soldiers. That seemed more reliable. After thinking about it, he nodded. Okay, I'll take care of the guards. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and took a deep breath of his cigarette. He said cautiously, this matter can't be known by too many people. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the news is leaked. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhang Sun Wuji, who was sitting at the side. Li Shimin followed Zhang Feng's gaze and looked over. Sensing the strange gaze, Zhang Sun Wuji shuddered and quickly waved his hand. You still don't trust me? I'm an honest man. Li Shimin immediately looked at him with disdain. Others might not know this guy, but how could he not know? Don't be fooled by his sanctimonious appearance. In fact, he was full of evil tricks. But to be honest, he still had talent and wisdom. Most importantly, he was loyal. Otherwise, how could he become such a high-ranking official? So, he still trusted this guy. Chapter 2039. Zhang Feng didn't have much contact with Zhang Sun Wuji, but he had some understanding of him. Since Zhang Sun Wuji had said so, he didn't say anything. He just nodded, then looked at Li Shimin and said seriously, Lao Li, Xuanzang should be leaving soon. Arrange the guards as soon as possible. You must make it clear to the guards that gathering information is the most important thing. You're right. I'll go back and prepare now. Li Shimin nodded. He knew the seriousness of the matter, so he didn't say anything. He stood up and called Zhang Sun Wuji, then walked out of the door. Zhang Feng didn't stop him. He sat on the stool and smoked. But at this moment, Du Ziding stumbled in. Master, someone wants to see you. Who? Zhang Feng looked up and glanced casually. Now that the news of his departure had spread all over Chang'an City, there were people coming to see him almost every moment, so he wasn't surprised. They said it's the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Works. Du Ziding stood still and said, panting slightly. The Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Works. Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't understand why the officials of the imperial court came to see him. Did they also hear that he was leaving, so they came to see him? That shouldn't be possible. After all, these guys had important things to do every day, and he rarely interacted with the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. He couldn't figure it out, so he said, let them in. Du Ziding took the order and left. After a while, she brought in two tall men. They were Dai Zhou and Duan Luan. Zhang Feng also saw that these people were unfamiliar, so he couldn't sit still. He stood up and greeted them. This one is Zhang Feng. May I know who the two sirs are? Dai Zhou and Duanluan looked at each other and said in unison, the Minister of Revenue, Dai Zhou, and the Minister of Works, Duanluan. Dai Zhou. Duanluan. Zhang Feng repeated in his heart. He didn't have any memory of these two, and there were very few. However, these two were still ministers of the 6 ministries of the imperial court, so he didn't dare to slight them. He smiled and said, Sirs, please take a seat. After saying that, he glanced at Du Ziding. Old Du, serve the 2 lords tea. Du Ziding accepted the order and left. Not long after, she returned with a servant carrying tea. Sirs, please have some tea. Zhang Feng raised the teacup in front of him and gestured for the 2 to drink. Then, he smiled and said, May I know why the 2 of you are looking for me today? Dai Zhou and Duanluan put down their teacups and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Originally, the 2 of them were like enemies, neither willing to submit to the other. They had no choice but to come to the Zhang mansion, so they reached an agreement on the road to stop quarreling between the 2 of them and talk about it after the matter was settled. President Zhang, the main reason we're here today is because of the burning of Dongxi City. Duanluan couldn't keep his composure any longer and took the initiative to speak. East and West City. The Zhang mansion had a puzzled expression and glanced in the direction of Dongxi City. Dongxi City was burned a long time ago. Why are you guys looking for me? Indeed, Dongxi City had been burned for a few months. If this fellow didn't mention it, he probably would have forgotten about it. Duanluan smiled awkwardly. President Zhang is right. It's been a long time. It's just that the burned Dongxi City hasn't been repaired. This time, His Majesty ordered us to repair it, but the Ministry of Works doesn't have enough money. In addition, we can't repair it because of the lack of workers. Therefore, we specially came to ask for your help. Are you kidding? Zhang Fang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what this fellow said. The Ministry of Works didn't have enough money. And there were no workers. How was this possible? He subconsciously said, Your Ministry of Works is one of the 6 ministries. How can you not even have the money to repair Dongxi City? Duanluan looked awkwardly at Zhang Feng and said slowly, President Zhang, I won't hide it from you. The Ministry of Works has been repairing the residences of the ministers and emperors all year round. There's a lot of money that hasn't been collected. Otherwise, why would we come looking for you? Zhang Feng could understand what he meant. Indeed, other than building new buildings, the Ministry of Works also frequently repaired the residences of the ministers and emperors. This way, they could earn some extra money. However, even if these fellows didn't have money, why did they come looking for him? Why didn't they borrow from someone else? Could there be something strange about this? He narrowed his eyes and stared seriously at Duanluan. Minister Duan, even if your Ministry of Works doesn't have money, why did you come looking for me to borrow money? The Ministry of Revenue is the world's money house. Why don't you go to the Ministry of Revenue? After saying this, he realized the problem. Wasn't the Minister of Revenue Dai Zhou right beside him? With this thought, he turned to look at Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou also felt the burning gaze. His face turned red, and he deliberately coughed twice before slowly saying, President Zhang, it's not that our Ministry of Revenue doesn't want to borrow money. It's just that we've already spent most of our money on the Battle of Chotzi. We don't have any extra money. Moreover, repairing Dongxi City is not a small expense. Our Ministry of Revenue still can't afford it. The Ministry of Revenue couldn't afford it. Zhang Feng was stunned. Since the Ministry of Revenue couldn't afford it, then how big of an expense would it be? Were these 2 fellows trying to make him a sucker? Chapter 2040. He knew that as long as he entered the court, he wouldn't be able to get his money back. He wasn't bragging. If he lent the money to these 2 old men now, the court would definitely renege on the debt. This had happened before. Although he had a lot of money, he wasn't a fool. Moreover, the eastern and western markets had nothing to do with him. He still needed to use the money in Jiangnan. Thinking of this, he revealed a troubled smile. Sirs, as you know, the hundreds of people in my Zhang residence have to eat, drink, and defecate every day to make cotton-padded clothes. We don't have any spare money at all. You'd better look elsewhere. Finishing his words, he put the cigarette in his mouth and assumed a posture that said, I don't have any extra money. You can do whatever you want. In short, he didn't have any money and he didn't have any life. Dai Zhou and Duanlun looked at each other. They had already thought of this result. After all, no one would lend money to someone for no reason. This was common sense, not to mention borrowing from the court. If it was a normal person, they might have offered the money with both hands. However, this was Zhang Feng. What could they do if he didn't want to lend? However, since they had thought of this result, they naturally had a corresponding solution. Dai Zhou smiled and revealed a harmless smile. President Zhang, do you still remember the promise you made to the students when you built White Deer College? At the mention of the college, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. He remembered promising the students that if they didn't have a good job after they finished their studies, they could be assigned to the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works. What did this old man from the Ministry of Revenue mean by this? Did he want to use the students as an excuse? He didn't reply and quietly listened to Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou was also a clever person. Seeing Zhang Feng's interest, he struck while the iron was hot. President Zhang, you promised the students of the college that they could work in the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works after they graduate. This is an excellent opportunity. The eastern and western markets need it. You can let the students learn in advance. I also heard that there is a construction team above the college. This can be used to train the construction team. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. He was a little tempted. Indeed, there was a construction team above the college. However, if he had to fork out money and manpower, wouldn't this deal be too disadvantageous? He didn't get any benefits at all. Unless, students had a 100% chance of entering the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. As he thought about it, he glanced at the two of them and smiled slightly. I understand what you mean, but you want me to pay for both the money and the people. Isn't this a bit too much of a loss? You don't do business like this, do you? Dai Zhou and Duanlun smiled awkwardly. Naturally, they also knew that they had taken advantage of the situation. A little embarrassed, they said, President Zhang, what you said makes sense. What do you think? These words were very vague. He did not mention any conditions, nor did he mention any requirements. It seemed like he wanted Zhang Feng to make a request, but in fact, it was equivalent to not saying anything. However, Zhang Feng was not like those old foxes in the officialdom. He was even more cunning than them. He smiled and said, I don't have any other ideas, but I do have a few requests. First, you have to guarantee that the students of my academy can enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue after graduation. Second, I can only give you the workers of the construction team, but not the students. You have to guarantee the safety of all the workers and their future jobs. Hearing Zhang Feng's requests, Dai Zhou and Duanlun felt their scalps go numb. The second request was not a big deal. After all, the Ministry of Works was lacking workers. These workers could go if they wanted to. Moreover, these workers were originally working on nothing, so they might not necessarily go to the Ministry of Works. However, the first request was a bit difficult. Guaranteeing that the students had to enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. If the students were a little talented, they could not wait to beg. But what if the students were half-baked? Not to mention the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue, they could not even enter the ordinary county government. Now, Zhang Feng wanted them to arrange for the students to enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Could it be that they wanted to go through the back door? That would cost a lot of money. Dai Zhou could not help but hurriedly interrupt, President Zhang, we have no problem with the other requests you mentioned. But for the first request, the students must enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Old man naturally has no objection to talented students, but what if there are some ignorant and incompetent people? How do you want the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue to answer to His Majesty? Ignorant and incompetent people. Zhang Feng was a little angry. This old fellow actually said that White Deer College had ignorant and incompetent people. He instinctively wanted to scold Dai Zhou, but after thinking about it, this fellow's words were not without reason. Which college did not have ignorant and incompetent people? However, such a situation rarely happened at White Deer College. His expression was a little gloomy as he said, "Don't worry, my White Deer College will not have such a situation. Even if there is, they will not enter the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Indeed, even such a person would be eliminated in the examinations time and time again." Chapter 2041. Hearing Zhang Feng's promise, Dai Zhou and Duanluan were slightly relieved. They smiled and said, "Since President Zhang said so, there will be no problem." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a smile, "When do you two plan to repair the East and West markets?" "Of course, the sooner the better," Duanluan said eagerly. This order was given by His Majesty, so he did not dare to neglect it. "Okay." Zhang Feng smiled and turned to the door and shouted, Old Du, Old Du." As soon as he said that, Du Ziding stumbled in. Zhang Feng stood up and patted Du Ziding on the shoulder. Then he looked at Duanluan and Dai Zhou and said with a smile, "This is my butler. You can talk to him if you have any problems." After that, he turned and walked out of the door. He really did not want to be involved in settling accounts. Before he walked out of the door, Dai Zhou's voice came again, "President Zhang, what about the workers? I'll take care of it for you." After saying that, Zhang Feng left in a hurry. When he came to the front yard, he glanced at the guards who were doing push-ups and shouted, "Everyone, stop." Hearing that, everyone stood up and wiped the sweat off their bodies. They looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. "How's the training recently?" Zhang Feng looked at everyone with satisfaction. "Very good. Master's training method is really effective. I feel like I can kill a tiger now." He Quan scratched his head and looked at Zhang Feng with a silly smile. "Good." Zhang Feng patted He Quan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I have a task for you. Now send someone to Shao Mountain to call the construction team down." He Quan looked at Zhang Feng with a confused face. Why do you want to call the construction team down?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at He Quan and said angrily, "Just do it. Why are you talking nonsense?" He Quan replied with an "oh" and did not continue to ask. He then turned around and glanced at the crowd. You, come with me. Let's go to Mount Shao." As soon as he finished speaking, two men walked out of the group. He Quan led the crowd and ran towards the door. "What are you looking at? Continue training." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and shouted. Only then did the guards realize what was going on and hurriedly did push-ups on the ground. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Feng scanned the crowd as he walked. Training well is your only way out. If you don't train now, what will you do when you reach Jiangnan? Are you protecting Master, or is Master protecting you? Don't think about cheating all day long. Your body is your own. Only with a strong body can you become a person above others. Master! Master! A servant hurriedly ran over. What is it? Can't you see that we're training? Zhang Feng turned his head and rolled his eyes at the servant as he said in annoyance. The servant was timid. After being scolded by Zhang Feng, he stood there and did not know what to say. Zhang Feng was a little anxious. He hurriedly said, "What is it? Tell me quickly." The servant then reacted and hurriedly said, "Master, someone is looking for you." "What the hell?" Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. His first reaction was that he had seen a ghost. Why were there so many people looking for him? Forget about the people outside the door. Why were there people looking for him now? Was he so popular? He frowned and asked, "Who are they?" The servant lowered his head and slowly said, "There are dozens of them. They say they're from Mount Shao." Mount Shao. Zhang Feng frowned. When Mount Shao was mentioned, his first reaction was those teachers. But there were only a few teachers. Why were there dozens of them? This was obviously not them. Then who could it be? Could it be the students? It shouldn't be. They should be preparing for the year-end exam. He waved his hand and said helplessly, "Let's call them in first." The servant took the order and left. After a while, he brought back dozens of strong men. Looking at the group of people, Zhang Feng vaguely remembered that they were the guards on Mount Shao. But why did these guys come to the Zhang mansion? He asked with a puzzled look, "You should be the guards on Mount Shao, right? Why did you come to the Zhang mansion?" The leader was Zhou Ji. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng, he was delighted and hurriedly said, "Director, we are the guards on Mount Shao. This time, we came to the Zhang mansion to participate in the training in the mansion." The training in the mansion. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Only the people in the mansion knew about the training. How did these guys know about it? Did those guys go out to show off again? He turned his head and glanced at the guards, only to see Song Tai's face blushing. In an instant, he understood something. Song Tai and the other guys went out to show off, which attracted the guards on Mount Shao. Originally, he didn't intend to promote this training method. After all, it was only prepared for the guards going to Jiangnan. Now, the guards on Mount Shao also knew about it and came here. What about the safety on Mount Shao? Thinking of this, he pulled a long face. If you come down like this, what about the safety on Mount Shao? Chapter 2042. Zhou Ji's face turned red when he heard this. When he left, he really didn't think about this. He just wanted to focus on training. Now that he heard what the director said, he felt that something was wrong. However, since he was already here, he couldn't just leave like this, right? Moreover, not all the guards on Shao Mountain had left. There were still some left. He quickly explained, "Director, when we left, we didn't take everyone with us. Moreover, as long as we participate in your training, won't we be able to guard Shao Mountain better in the future?" There was nothing wrong with these words. It even made sense. Indeed, there was usually no danger on Shao Mountain. The guards were useless. It didn't matter if they left for a while, not to mention that there were still guards on the mountain. Most importantly, after participating in the training, they could better guard Shao Mountain. This didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least it could strengthen their physique. In the future, they would be more dedicated to guarding Shao Mountain. After thinking for a while, Zhang Feng nodded. "All right then. Since you're already here, I can't let you go back like this. Join the team." When everyone heard this, they were so happy that they almost jumped up. They were waiting for this sentence. They quickly learned from the guards and lay on the ground to exercise. Zhang Feng smiled and casually found a stone to sit on. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. He looked into the distance and suddenly thought of Yu Er. He wondered how Yu Er was doing now. Was she in danger? Didn't old Yu send some news? He was very worried about Yu Er, but there were too many people around him now. He couldn't leave at all. Otherwise, he would have gone to Jiangnan long ago. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Since he couldn't go to Jiangnan now, he could send someone else. That's right. He should send some people to protect Yu Er first. At the same time, he could also develop some businesses in Jiangnan. But, who should he send? Jiangnan was full of clans. He had to send someone with weight. Old Qing. This guy was too reckless. He might ruin things. Besides, this guy might not help him. Old Yu. This guy was the same as Old Qing. Although he was Yu He's brother, he didn't seem to be of much use. Moreover, if he was impulsive, he might get into trouble. Gao Can. This person was good. Although he was a little silly, he was obedient. Moreover, his martial arts were amazing. Ordinary people were no match for him. Not to mention this guy's identity. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch him. Yes, this the one. Just as he was thinking, Du Ziding's voice sounded, Master. Master, are you calling a soul? Zhang Feng stared at Du Ziding with dissatisfaction. He was thinking, and was disturbed. Naturally, he was unhappy. But when he saw Du Ziding's submissive look, his anger seemed to disappear in an instant. He had to ask, what's the matter? Du Ziding saw that her master was no longer angry, so she took a step forward. Master, the two officials from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works have left. They said that the workers can go directly to the Ministry of Works. Oh, and they also took 50,000, all right, don't bother me with such trivial matters. Zhang Feng waved his hand and looked indifferent. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened just now. His face changed and he said to Du Ziding, come with me to the study. Sending people to Jiangnan was a big deal. He felt that it was better to discuss it with Du Ziding. After all, two heads were better than one. Du Ziding was confused. The master was angry just now, but now he seemed to be a different person. But he didn't dare to ask more, because he knew that the master had been unhappy every day since the news from Jiangnan. He could only follow the master's footsteps to the study. The two soon arrived at the study. Zhang Feng sat on the main seat, then pointed to the chair next to him and motioned for Du Ziding to sit down. Old Du, I'm going to send people to Jiangnan first. What do you think? Zhang Feng looked at Du Ziding with a serious expression and asked. Of course. Du Ziding nodded. He had always supported the master's decision. Just as he finished speaking, he thought of something and added, but, who are you going to send? Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist and lit it before saying, I'm going to send Gao Can over, but this guy is a simpleton. One person isn't enough. Help me think of a few more. At least give me 5. Gao Can's strength was not a problem, and his identity was not a problem. But this guy's brain was not good. It would be bad if he fell into someone's trap. So he had to find a few good brains. Du Ziding stroked his half-white beard and narrowed his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, Master, don't you have students? You can send your students. You thought for a long time and this is all you can think of. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Du Ziding and said unhappily. He had expected this guy to come up with some ideas. But this guy's words were equivalent to not saying anything. Students, what's the use of students? Those bastards from the academy went to Jiangnan, but they were not enough to feed those old dogs. And Ma Zhou, if this guy went. Chapter 2043. Ma Zhou was too dull, but there was still Hao Chu-jun. This guy usually had a lot of ideas and was also clever. If Hao Chu-jun went, he might be able to fight with those old dogs in Jiangnan. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, Old Du, what you said just now was right. Continue to think. The corner of Du Ziding's mouth twitched, and he felt a little helpless. This master changed his attitude so quickly, right? Just now, he said that his idea was not good, and now he said it was good. He really wanted to ridicule his master, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He began to think about candidates again. Zhang Feng smoked his cigarette and was also thinking about suitable candidates. Suddenly, he had a brainwave, as if he had thought of something. Lai Ji, this kid's talent was not inferior to Hao Chujuan's, and he was also very clever. If these two people went to Jiangnan with Gao Kan, they could help Gao Kan and form a restriction, and there would be no problem. However, if Gao Kan was alone, he might not be able to suppress the two of them. He had to add two people who knew martial arts. Otherwise, with Lai Ji and Gao Kan's cleverness, they might be able to fool Gao Kansas. 2. Didn't old you have two sons? Yu Baolin and Yu Baoqing, according to seniority, these two still had to call you, little aunt. If these two guys were arranged to go to Jiangnan, there might be no problem. Although these two guys were a little silly, they still had martial arts. If they cooperated with each other, and Hao Chujun cooperated with them, there should be no problem. After making up his mind, he turned to look at Du Ziding, immediately sent someone to call Gao Kan, Old Yu, and the two sons of Old Yu, Hao Chujun, and Lai Ji. These 6 people are all here. Old Yu only had these 2 sons. Since he wanted to order these 2 guys around, he had to give Old Yu a heads up. Yes, master. Du Ziding accepted the order. He was too lazy to ask the reason. In any case, he would just do as the master said. Zhang Feng was the only one left in the study. He deeply smoked his cigarette, but his heart had already flown to Jiangnan. After about 15 minutes, Du Ziding walked into the study. Master, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji are already here. The rest are not here yet. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Feng slowly stood up from the chair, turned around, and walked towards the hall. In the hall, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji bumped into each other on their way here. The two of them chatted happily, sharing their recent experiences. As soon as they sat down, they started guessing the reason why Zhang Feng had called them over. As they were talking, Zhang Feng had already stepped through the door. The two of them hurriedly got up to greet him. Teacher, Dean. Zhang Feng nodded and waved his hand. Take a seat. After saying that, he sat in the main seat and looked at the two of them seriously. I won't talk nonsense with you. This time, I called you here because I want you to go to Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Hao Chujun and Lai Ji looked at each other, a little confused. They had thought of countless possibilities just now, but they never thought that their teacher would ask them to go to Jiangnan. Right now, Jiangnan is in a period of strife. Rumor has it that prices are soaring. Why go to Jiangnan? Could it be that they were going to stabilize prices? Hao Chujun made an obeisance and asked with a puzzled face, Teacher, why do you want us to go to Jiangnan? Zhang Feng threw away the cigarette but in his hand and said with a serious face, This time, I want you to go to Jiangnan mainly for 2 purposes. The first is to protect you, The second is to develop power. You know that I will go to Jiangnan after the end of the year, but now the situation in Jiangnan is unclear, and I don't know about you, situation. As long as you go, I will be relieved. Hao Chujun nodded slightly. He could understand his teacher's thoughts. You would definitely be his woman in the future. It was not a problem to protect her now, and it was understandable to develop power in Jiangnan. After all, Jiangnan was a rich town. Doing business there would always be better than doing business in Chang'an, so he did not have any thoughts in his heart. Lai Ji and Hao Chujun were similar. At first, they were just a little surprised, but later, they did not have any doubts. It was not a bad thing that the dean wanted to develop power in Jiangnan. He nodded slightly. Dean, I have no problem. Teacher, I have no problem either. Hao Chujun nodded. As Zhang Feng's disciple, he naturally had to support him in the first place. Hearing their words, Zhang Feng was relieved. However, he thought of something and said with a cautious face, This time, not only the 2 of you will go to Jiangnan, but also Gao Kan and the 2 brothers of the Yu family. I don't need to tell you about their temperaments, so I hope that you can restrain these three guys and not let them cause trouble. It will be difficult to clean up when the time comes. Hearing this, Hao Chujun and Lai Ji's hearts sank. They knew that these three guys were difficult to deal with, especially Gao Kansas. He usually looked silly, but his martial arts were very powerful. If they did something that made him unhappy, they might be unlucky. The two brothers of the Yu family were also straightforward. They were used to abusing others in Chang'an and liked to bully others. If these three guys got together, wouldn't they poke a hole in the sky? Chapter 2044. Indeed, the Yuchi brothers were considered tyrants in Chang'an. Coupled with the power of the Yuchi family, these two guys were fearless. Especially with Qing Chimo, these three people were simply a combination that no one dared to provoke in Chang'an City. As for Gao Kan, this guy was also fearless. Coupled with his military achievements, he was a character that no one dared to provoke in Chang'an. Asking him to go to Jiangnan with these three guys. Thinking of this, Lai Ji's heart trembled a little. Go to Jiangnan with these three guys. If he made these guys unhappy on the way, wouldn't he be beaten up? Hiss, he sucked in a breath of cold air and turned to look at Zhang Feng. Director, you want us to go with these three guys? Hao Chujun also felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only look at Zhang Feng with sparkling eyes. Zhang Feng actually guessed the thoughts of these two guys. After all, the two of them were scholars, and the three guys were warriors. There would inevitably be some disputes if they were together, but this was also something that couldn't be helped. Without these two guys, no one could control Gao Kan and the others. It was precisely for this reason that he wanted to send Hao Chujun and Lai Ji to control Gao Kan and the others. Therefore, he would not change his mind. Therefore, he put on a sincere look. Chujun, Lai Ji, this is also something that can't be helped. Except for the two of you, there is no one who can control Gao Kan and the others. What's more, if I let others go, I won't feel at ease. That's why I asked you to go. Hao Chujun originally had some objections, but after hearing this, he seemed to be able to understand his teacher's feelings. Not to mention, this was what his teacher had instructed him to do. Now that his teacher was speaking so earnestly, how could he not agree? He turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with a face of understanding, Mentor, I understand what you said. I am willing to be the forerunner. Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction. He had expected that this guy might think about it, but he didn't expect this guy to agree so quickly. This was still very surprising. Good, I really didn't misjudge you. He looked at Hao Chujun with admiration, then turned to Li Ji and smiled. What about you? Lai Ji looked embarrassed. He wanted to think about it. After all, going to Jiangnan was not a small matter. But now that Hao Chujun had agreed, what else could he do? He could only nod his head in agreement. Zhang Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. He was just about to talk about the situation in Jiangnan when a roar came from outside. Feng Zi. Feng Zi, there was no need to guess who this voice belonged to. Other than Yuchi Gong, who else could it be? Sure enough, not long after, Yuchi Gong led the two Yuchi brothers and Gao Kenin. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly went up to greet them. Old Gao, you're finally here. Yuchi Gong grinned and said, Feng Zi, why did you call us here? Why do you insist on bringing these two brothers along? As he spoke, Yuchi Gong patted Yuchi Bao and Yuchi Bao's shoulders. The latter looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Yes, Feng Zi, why did you suddenly call us here? Gao Can also looked at Zhang Feng with a silly expression and asked in confusion. Take a seat, take a seat. Zhang Feng pointed to the chairs next to him. After everyone sat down, he said with a serious expression, Old Gao, I called you here because of something in Jiangnan. I hope old Gao can bring the two brothers to Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Gao Can looked at Yu Qigong, confused. Jiangnan was now in a period of chaos. All the major clans were fighting for their own interests. Why did he want him to go to Jiangnan now? He turned to Zhang Feng and asked in confusion, Feng Zi, why do you want me to go to Jiangnan? Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said seriously, as you know, I'm preparing to expand my influence in Jiangnan. I wanted to go there as soon as possible, but there are still many things I can't get away from. I can only go there at the end of the year, so I hope you can go there first to help me stabilize the situation. Gao Can curled his lips. He was a little against going to Jiangnan because most of the people there were scholars, and he was a martial artist. If he went there, he would feel like fire and water. Moreover, scholars had always looked down on martial artists. Although the gap between scholars and martial artists had lessened, it still hadn't been completely removed. So, he was a little dissatisfied to be asked to go to Jiangnan now. Yu Qigong was different. He knew that Feng Zi wanted the two brothers to go to Jiangnan not only to expand his influence, but also to protect Yu Yu was a woman of the Yu Qi family. Now that the situation in Jiangnan was not good, as a member of the main family, he couldn't just stand by and watch. So, he didn't hesitate and nodded. Feng Zi, I agree to let the two brothers go to Jiangnan. Chapter 2045. Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baolin were still in a daze. When they heard their father agree on their behalf, their hearts sank. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They knew that once their father had said something, it was impossible to take it back. They could only accept it silently. Gao Can saw that everyone had agreed, so he couldn't say anything more. He just said lightly, Fengzi, since everyone has agreed, then I have no objections. However, the people in Jiangnan are all scholars. If you let the three of us who are illiterate go there, what if we get into a fight? At that time, I won't care. Zhang Feng seemed to have expected him to say this. He pointed at Hao Chujun and the others and smiled. You don't have to worry. Not only are the three of you going, but they are going as well. They. Gao Can followed Zhang Feng's gaze and glanced at Hao Chujun and Baolin. He said with a bit of disdain, what can they do? Zhang Feng smiled. Don't underestimate them. They are all scholars. When they go with you to Jiangnan, they will take care of many things. You three just need to put in effort. Hearing this, Gao Can immediately felt much better. He was annoyed with mental work. As long as they put in effort, how could it not be easy? The Yuqi brothers were the same. They had perfectly inherited their father's genes and adhered to this principle. If they could act, they would not use their brains. Seeing that Hao Chujun and Baolin were on Jiangnan Road, they felt much more at ease. Zhang Feng looked at Hao Chujun and the others and said seriously, after you go to Jiangnan, the most important thing is to first understand the situation in Jiangnan, especially those top clans. For example, the industries they are involved in, family businesses, assets, and so on. Also, the products that are popular in the Jiangnan market, no matter what it is, must be investigated clearly. Then, send a letter to me. Hao Chujun nodded. He understood that the dean was going to start with the Jiangnan clans. The best way to attack the clans was to first destroy their industries. Yes, Dean. Lai Ji nodded slightly. These things were not a problem for him. Before his family had met with disaster, they were considered a large aristocratic family. He still had some confidence in dealing with the clans. Zhang Feng was very satisfied with their answers. He smiled and said, thank you for your hard work this time. After that, he turned to look at Gao Can and the others. Do you have any other questions? If not, get ready to go. Leaving today. Gao Can frowned. That's right. Let's leave today. Zhang Feng nodded and asked, do you have any questions? Gao Can shook his head. He had always been a little against Jiang Nan, but now that everything had happened, he had nothing to say. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone. Since no one has any objections, then let's get ready to depart. I have already prepared everything for you. There is a carriage outside the door. Oh right, I also have a letter here. When you reach Jiangnan, find a man named Jia Daoren. He will meet you. As he spoke, he took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Hao Chujun. Among this group of people, he trusted and valued Hao Chujun the most, so giving the letter to Hao Chujun was naturally the best choice. Chujun, when we reach Jiangnan, give this letter to Jia Daoren. He will arrange everything. Zhang Feng said solemnly as he handed the letter to Hao Chujun. Yes, master. Hao Chujun took the letter and stuffed it into his sleeve. Fengzi, since we are ready to depart, I will take these two brothers back to prepare. Yuqi Gong looked at Zhang Feng and smiled faintly. Zhang Feng wanted to stop him. This matter was urgent, so what was the point of packing? But on second thought, going to Jiangnan was a big matter, so he nodded. Go, but go early and come back early. Yuqi Gong nodded and left with Yuqi Bao and Lin. Gao Can chuckled. Fengzi, I will also go back and pack. Wait. Zhang Feng stopped Gao Can and took out something from his sleeve that looked like a tiger tally but also not like one. It looked like a tiger tally because there were many ancient seal characters engraved on it, not much different from the tiger tally in the military camp. It looked like a tiger tally because there was a large flea character engraved on it. This was a commander's tally that Li Yuan had given to Zhang Feng. It was a symbol of status, but it could not be used to mobilize the army. He handed the commander's tally to Gao Can and said solemnly, "Take this." Gao Can's expression changed, and he repeatedly waved his hand. He knew what this thing was. Back then, the large clans had encouraged Li Yuan to raise an army. In order to ensure that they stood on the same line as Li Yuan, the large clans had discussed making something that represented status. It was this kind of commander's tally. In reality, this commander's tally did not have any power, and very few people had seen it. However, it was a very high symbol of status. Seeing this commander's tally, even court officials had to retreat, let alone some small aristocratic families. Of course, this commander's tally might not have any use because it was made by them. But he did not dare to accept it. This was something that Li Yuan had given to Zhang Feng. What was the point of him taking it? Zhang Feng did not know these twists and turns. He grabbed Gao Can's hand and stuffed the commander's tally into it. With a solemn expression, he said, "This trip to Jiangnan may be very dangerous. If there is an emergency, take out this commander's tally. I believe that ordinary small clans will not dare to touch you. This is enough for Jiangnan." Chapter 2046. Originally, he wanted to give the commander's seal to Hao Chujun and Gao Can, but he thought that Hao Chujun and Gao Can were both scholars who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. In addition, they didn't have any experience, so they couldn't use the commander's seal in their hands. Moreover, both of them were bookish. To put it nicely, they were cautious, but to put it bluntly, they were fearful. Gao Can, on the other hand, was different. Although he was big and rough, he was never careless about military matters and understood them very well. Sometimes he might be a little impulsive, but at least he dared to charge. In addition, this guy's brain was slow. Gao Can originally didn't want to accept the commander's seal because he felt that it was too precious. Moreover, it was given by the emperor. However, seeing that Zhang Feng was so insistent, he couldn't say anything. He held the commander's seal tightly and said with a solemn face, "Don't worry, Fengzi, I won't let you down." The commander's seal was originally an extremely precious thing. Now that Fengzi gave it to him, it was obvious that he valued him very much. He was very clear about this. Zhang Feng nodded and said, "This commander's seal is for you, but you can't use it recklessly. If you cause public anger among the clans, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Because this thing has both advantages and disadvantages. Not all clans will be afraid of it. Big guys like the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs will be afraid soon." Gao Can had been a soldier before, so he could naturally understand these words. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know how to use it. Is there anything else? I also need to go home and prepare." As they were talking, this guy ran out of the mansion like a wisp of smoke, not giving Zhang Feng any chance to interrupt. Zhang Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this was also good. He still had things to say to Hao Chujun and the others. Thinking, he turned to look at Hao Chujun and Gao Ken and said, "Now that they're gone, I have something important to tell you. You still don't understand the situation in Jiangnan. When you get there, first find Jia Daoren and then develop some of your own forces. You can also bring some of your own confidants. Of course, there are still my people in Jiangnan." Hao Chujun nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, he asked, "Teacher, with just the 2 of us, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince everyone." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said carelessly, "Don't worry about this. I've already explained it to Jia Daoren in the letter I gave you just now. He will cooperate with all of your matters in Jiangnan. When you arrive in Jiangnan, just investigate the local situation and develop your own forces. However, don't be too ostentatious. After all, Jiangnan is not our territory." Lai Ji cupped his hands. He still had the right to speak about the clan, so he nodded. "Dean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm worried that Gao Can and the others will provoke the clan." Zhang Feng pursed his lips. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Don't worry about this. Gao Can likes to drink. When you leave later, bring 2 bottles of good wine with you. If he acts on his own, you can use good wine to lure him. I guarantee that he will obediently obey. As for the 2 brothers of the Yu family, they are just 2 children. You can just coax them a little." Hao Chujun and Lai Ji nodded. Originally, they were worried that it would not be easy to control these 3 fellows after going to Jiangnan. Now that they knew their weakness, it would be easier to make a move. "You guys sit here for a while. When those 3 fellows come, we will set off." Zhang Feng stood up and glanced at the 2 of them. Then, he walked to the front yard. These few days, checking on the training of the guards at home had become something he had to do every day. Although these guards used to be soldiers, they had been retired for many years. It was inevitable that they would be stained with some lazy habits. Therefore, he still had to urge them more to prevent them from being useless when they went to Jiangnan in the future. Before he reached the front yard, he heard a shout. It was the sound of the guards doing push-ups. Zhang Feng was delighted. He secretly thought that these fellows did not waste his efforts. He quickened his pace and walked to the front yard. He saw the guards lying in several rows, doing push-ups on the ground with their upper bodies naked. Their faces were red, and beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. He did not disturb the guards. He turned and walked to the hall. However, at this moment, Old Du's voice came from behind him. "Master, the 2 brothers of the Yu family are waiting outside. They said that they want you to take them out. They are about to set off." Zhang Feng was delighted. He did not expect this guy to come so quickly. He turned to the hall and shouted, "Chu Jun, Lai Ji, get ready to set off. Come to the door." After that, he turned and walked to the door. "Master," the 2 young masters of the Yu family pulled a carriage. "Do you know what is inside?" Du Ziding followed behind Zhang Feng and chattered endlessly. When the Yuqi brothers left, Zhang Feng guessed that they might have gone home to get something. Therefore, he was not surprised to see a carriage. He only said lightly, it's okay. Let's go take a look. Chapter 2047. Arriving at the door, he saw the Yuchi brothers pulling a carriage. There seemed to be some goods inside, and there was a burst of fragrance. This smell seemed to be wine. Zhang Fang's expression changed. He asked, "Why are you guys pulling so much wine?" "We're going to Jiangnan, not to avoid the summer." Yuchi Baolin turned his head and glanced at the carriage. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said with a wronged expression, "We didn't want to pull this. It's Uncle Gao. He told us to pull it." "Gao can." Zhang Feng frowned. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Just as he was about to speak, there was the sound of horse hooves not far away. Another carriage came. He focused his eyes and saw that the driver was Gao. Kansas. Was there also a bar inside the carriage? He quickly asked, "Old Gao, is there also a bar inside?" "Whoa!" Gao Can reined in the horse and smiled at Zhang Feng. "Feng Zi, you really know how to guess. There is indeed good wine inside. How about it, do you want some?" Damn it. Zhang Feng really wanted to curse at this moment, but thinking that he still had to rely on this guy to go to Jiangnan, he stopped. With a gloomy face, he said, "We're going to Jiangnan. Do you think we're going to play? Why are you bringing so much wine? Besides, is there no wine in Jiangnan? If you want to drink, you can buy it. There's no need to bring wine on the road. I know we're going to Jiangnan." Gao Can waved his hand and said carelessly, "But the wine in Jiangnan is not as good as the wine in Chang'an. Besides, there's a lot of your good wine. I'm going to take it to Jiangnan. Otherwise, if I bring it there for a year and a half, I'll suffocate to death." Zhang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He originally wanted Hao Chujun to bring some wine, but now it seemed that it was completely unnecessary. He glanced at Gao Can and said angrily, "Old Gao, it's not that I don't want you to bring wine, but you brought a little too much, right? How long will it take to get to Jiangnan?" "Don't worry about that." Gao Can still had an indifferent look on his face. "I used to be an expert at riding a horse. It won't take me many days to travel from Chang'an to Jiangnan. Besides, I didn't bring much wine. It won't affect the journey at all." Zhang Feng couldn't be bothered to say anything because he knew that this guy was the same as old Qing. He was addicted to alcohol. It didn't matter much if he took some wine. Thinking about it, he sighed. "All right, if you want to take it, then take it. But don't delay the important matters in Jiangnan." As he spoke, he looked at Hao Chujun and the others. "Get ready to set off. The carriages have been prepared for you." Hao Chujun nodded and cupped his hands. "Yes, master." The group of people boarded the carriage and waved goodbye to Zhang Feng. Then, they drove towards the city gate. Looking at the back of the carriage, Zhang Feng thought of something. When he was discussing with Xuanzang about India, he had promised to pick Xuanzang up at the port. Now it was time to prepare the steam engine. Thinking about it, he turned around and glanced at Du Ziding. "Old Du, get ready. I'm going to Shao Mountain." Du Ziding took the order and left. After a while, the servant drove the carriage to the main gate. Zhang Feng boarded the carriage. With a crack of the whip, the carriage rushed towards Shao Mountain. He didn't say anything along the way and soon arrived at Shao Mountain. However, this time, he didn't choose to go to the academy. Instead, he went to the textile factory because he intended to give this task to Qing Chumo and the others. When he just arrived at the textile factory, Zhang Feng didn't see Qing Chumo. However, Qing Chumo and the others saw Zhang Feng and strode towards him. "Fengzi, you're finally here. I thought you had forgotten about us." Qing Chumo hugged Zhang Feng as if he was crying and reminiscing. "That's enough." Zhang Feng pushed Qing Chumo away and said with a look of disgust, "Don't you know what you smell like? Don't hug me." Ching Chumo scratched his head awkwardly. He originally wanted to leave a good impression on Fengzi. After all, the composite bow was so good that he wanted to make something else. However, when he saw Fengzi's look of disgust, he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Zhang Sun Chong was quick-witted. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Fengzi, the composite bow you made last time was really amazing. You can shoot a willow leaf from 100 steps away. When are you going to make something else?" Dugo nodded and said, "Yes, Fengzi, when are you going to make something new? You see, we have nothing to do in the textile factory." "Nothing to do?" Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows in joy. He was still thinking about how to explain it to these guys. Now that the opportunity had come, he deliberately coughed twice and said with a mysterious expression, "This time, I came to find you guys to prepare something new." "What new thing? Tell us." Ching Chumo rubbed his hands, impatience written all over his face. "What's the hurry?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Ching Chumo and then glanced at the others. He said, "The new thing I'm going to make this time is called a steam engine. It needs water to operate. Take me to a water source first." Chapter 2048. "That's easy." Zhang Sun patted his chest and dragged Zhang Feng inside. "There's a pool of deep water over there. It's the best place to do the experiment. But other than water, what else do we need?" Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, "Give me some paper. I'll draw it for you. The experiment materials have to be custom-made. You won't be able to find them." The three of them didn't think too much about it. They knew that although Fengzi was usually unreliable, he was still very serious when it came to this kind of thing. If he wanted to draw something, it would definitely be very important. Hence, the three of them turned around and went to look for paper. Not long after, Ching Chumo and the others came back with the paper. Zhang Feng took the paper and spread it out on a random stone. As he drew, he said, "This steam engine needs 7 parts. This is called the cylinder, this is called the base, the piston, the crank and connecting rod mechanism, the slide valve steam distribution mechanism, the speed regulating mechanism, and the flywheel. First, make some according to the parts on the blueprint." As he spoke, he handed the blueprint to Zhang Sun. "These parts can only be more and not less. You can ask the people in the workshop to make them. Later, I'll show you an experiment." Zhang Sun took the blueprint and was a little confused. He had never seen the things drawn on it before. Each of them had strange shapes. He wanted to ask Fengzi, but he thought about the experiment later. Hence, he handed the blueprint to the others and instructed them to make it in the workshop. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Go and get 2 iron pots. It's best if there's a small hole in the middle. Then, take a few eggs." The three of them were a little confused. "Iron pots? You still need eggs. Were they going to cook eggs?" Ching Chumo laughed. "Fengzi, you're not going to eat eggs, are you? Eat your sister." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Ching Chumo. Lao Tzu prepared the eggs for the experiment. The same goes for the pots. Hurry up and prepare them. Ching Chumo pursed his lips. He thought they were going to eat eggs. In the end, they were going to use eggs for the experiment. He was too lazy to ask any more questions. He turned around to prepare the eggs and the iron pot. The group of people came to the front of the pool. Ching Chumo also arrived at this time. He carried the eggs and the iron pot and said while panting, "Fengzi, everything is here. What should we do now?" Zhang Feng didn't reply. Instead, he glanced at the pond before turning to look at the crowd. "First, find some firewood and boil the water in a pot. You'll know in a while." The three of them looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. From the looks of it, he was going to boil eggs. However, they didn't dare to ask because Ching Chumo had already been scolded when he asked, let alone now. Moreover, they also knew that Feng Zi wouldn't do useless things. Although his actions were sometimes confusing, in general, it was all for the sake of experiments. Thus, the three of them had no choice but to follow Zhang Feng's instructions. They looked for firewood, started a fire, and boiled water. Not long after, a pot of water began to boil, emitting a huge amount of steam. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, use the lid to cover the pot. Ching Chumo heard this and quickly covered the pot with the lid. Then, he asked, Feng Zi, what should we do now? Zhang Feng glanced at the eggs on the ground and said with a smirk, which one of you go and put the eggs where the steam is coming out? Remember, don't let go of your hands. The three people present were all young masters. They belonged to the kind of people who were always provided with clothes and food. They had never been in the kitchen before and didn't know the power of the steam at all. When they heard Zhang Feng say this, they thought that there was some mystery behind it and raised their hands to express their willingness. Zhang Feng was naturally happy to see this scene. He pointed at Ching Chumo and said with a smile, Tai Nyo, you go and put the eggs on the steam. See if it can cook the eggs. Cook. Ching Chumo frowned. Obviously, he didn't believe it. In any case, he was a young master in the Ching family. What had he not seen? However, he had never seen such a small amount of steam being able to cook an egg. He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. Feng Zi, are you kidding me? How can this little bit of steam cook an egg? If it was a little bigger, I might believe it. Indeed, the round hole on the lid was less than 1 centimeter, so the steam was only about 1 centimeter. That was why he didn't believe it. However, Zhang Feng knew the power of the steam. Not to mention that the steam was only 1 centimeter, even if it was smaller, as long as there was enough time, the eggs would still be cooked. He smiled and said, if you don't believe me, put it on and see if it can cook later. Ching Chumo naturally still had a look of doubt. However, this time, he learned to be smart. He didn't continue arguing with Zhang Feng because he knew that he couldn't win against this guy. So, he put the eggs on the steam. However, the moment the eggs came into contact with the steam, he felt a burning pain. He immediately pulled his hand back. He turned his hand over and saw that the place where the eggs came into contact with the steam had turned red and was accompanied by waves of intense pain. Feng Zi, why is this steam so powerful? Ching Chumo blew on the wound and said to Zhang Feng. Chapter 2049. At first, he didn't believe that the steam could cook an egg, but after being scalded by the steam, his heart started to waver. It hurt so much when he put his hand on it. If it were an egg, it might really be cooked. Zhang Feng grabbed Ching Chumo's hand and looked at it. He smiled and said, Iron Bowl, I told you just now that the steam is very powerful, but you didn't believe me. Now you're in trouble, aren't you? But this is good. You've really experienced the power of the steam. Now, go find some leaves to wrap your hand and put the egg back on. Let's see how long it will take to cook. Ching Chumo was speechless. He wanted to let it go, but when he heard Feng Zi's words, his curiosity was aroused. He turned around and grabbed some leaves to wrap his hand. Then, he put the egg on the steam. This time, with Zhang Feng's guidance, the steam didn't burn Ching Chumo's hand. However, the temperature of the steam was still as high as before. He felt a little uncomfortable, so he turned to look at Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, how long will this take? My hand hurts a lot. Zhang Feng glanced at the steam and said indifferently, if you feel pain in your hand, just let go. Ah, let go. Ching Chumo opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion. If I let go, will the egg fall? Zhang Feng squinted his eyes and looked at the steam. He thought for a while and said, it shouldn't. The steam has a very strong impact. Let go and try. Chingchumo was a little unwilling because he wanted to see if the egg could cook. He was worried that it would break if he let go. However, the steam was too strong. The leaves in his hand were all wet and his hand hurt. After thinking for a while, he let go. But something magical happened. Not only did the egg not fall, but it was also hit in the air by the steam. Chingchumo opened his eyes wide and slowly turned to look at Zhang Feng. Feng Zi, what's going on? Zhang Sunchong and Zhang Sunchong also looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled look. They had seen the whole process, but they didn't know what happened. Even though they knew that the steam was somewhat powerful, they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Zhang Feng smiled and said proudly, "Steam is very powerful. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If you increase the water capacity and the holes on the lid are bigger, it won't be a problem to make a cow float, let alone an egg. Also, steam can be heated and humidified. It can also generate power. As a machine driver, the experiment I did this time is to use steam as a machine driver. Think about it, if this little bit of steam can move an egg, what if there is more steam? Can't you move something 10 times bigger than an egg?" The three of them were a little confused because they were still at the stage where the egg floated. Now that Zhang Feng said a lot, they were even more confused. Zhang Sun scratched the back of his head and said with confusion, "Feng Zi, I understand the principle, but how do we do it?" "Don't worry about that. The parts are not back yet." Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't care. Then, he looked at the egg and said with a serious face, "Look at this egg first. See if the steam can cook the egg." The three of them nodded. Then, they looked at the egg. Indeed, the parts hadn't come back yet. No matter how much they said, it would be useless. Moreover, with these 3 dog brains, they wouldn't be able to remember anything even if they said more. It was better to talk about it later while they assembled the parts. But at this moment, a crisp sound of an egg breaking was heard. Everyone looked at the egg. It turned out that the eggshell on the egg had cracked. The egg inside had already solidified. Chingchumo was overjoyed. He went forward and took the egg. He held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. The eggshell had a few cracks, and the egg white was exposed. It seemed to be cooked. He quickly opened the egg and looked inside. It was cooked. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with surprise, "Feng Zi, it's really cooked." Zhang Feng had already expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he smiled faintly. "This is the power of the steam that I wanted to tell you about. A little bit of steam can cook an egg. If there's a little more steam, it's enough to move a carriage, a ship." Chingchumo and the others listened. At first, they felt that Feng Zi made a lot of sense. However, as they listened, they felt that something was wrong. Steam could cook an egg. This was something that everyone had seen just now. But to say that steam could move a carriage, move a ship, they still couldn't believe it. After all, a ship was too big. How much steam would be needed to move it? Moreover, how would the steam be transported to the ship? Therefore, they all maintained a skeptical attitude towards this point. Chapter 2050. Feng Zi, I believe you when you said that steam can cook eggs. After all, everyone saw it. But you said steam can move a ship. How do you expect us to believe that? Chingchumo looked at Zhang Feng with a questioning look. Zhang Feng seemed to have guessed this reaction. He smiled faintly. I knew you guys wouldn't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Wait until the parts are back and assembled. I guarantee you guys will find it refreshing. As soon as he finished speaking, a worker ran over and whispered something in Chingchumo's ear. Chingchumo's face lit up. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, Feng Zi, the parts are back. Can we install them now? Zhang Feng didn't expect Arcanon to be so fast. But since it was done, it was a good thing. He smiled and said, "Of course. Let's go and take a look." The group of people came to the entrance of the textile factory. There were a lot of metal products here. They were the parts that Zhang Feng had drawn on the blueprint. Zhang Feng picked up a part and looked at it. After confirming that there were no problems, he turned to Qing Chumo and the others and said, "You guys come and help. Get ready to assemble." Qing Chumo and the others were happy to help. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They each held up a part and looked at Zhang Feng with shining eyes. "Iron bowl, the part in your hand is at the bottom. Just put it on the ground. Bug, the cylinder in your hand. Install it on the base. Remember to install it tightly. Otherwise, it won't be good if the steam leaks out. Bing, install the piston on the cylinder. Install it tightly. If you can't install it properly, pour some oil on it. Any kind of oil can be used. It can be used for lubrication." Zhang Feng held the parts in his hand and explained to everyone while giving instructions. Although Qing Chumo and the others were stupid, they had been in the factory for a long time. They were familiar with all kinds of machinery. It didn't take long for them to assemble the parts of the steam engine. Zhang Feng looked at the steam engine in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. "This steam engine is the first model. I still need to test it. Iron bowl, go get someone to bring me some water." Qing Chumo nodded and left. After a while, he came back with a worker carrying 2 large buckets of water. "Pour the water into the boiler." Zhang Feng instructed the worker. Then, he looked at Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others. "Go and find some dry wood. We're about to boil the water." It would have been better to use coal, but now that they were outdoors, there was no need to waste coal. Besides, it was not suitable to use coal now. Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others naturally did not know about this. They turned around and went to prepare firewood. By the time they returned, the water in the boiler was already full. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said solemnly, "Start the fire." Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others had previous experience. It was not difficult for them to start the fire now. After a while, the fire was lit. The fire grew bigger and bigger, and the water in the boiler slowly began to sizzle. Soon, the water in the boiler began to boil and make a buzzing sound. The lid of the boiler was also raised high. The outlet of the piston kept emitting steam, blowing the surrounding leaves away. "Feng, is this a success?" Qing Chumo looked at Zhang Feng and asked excitedly. "It's half a success." Zhang Feng looked at the steam engine and replied indifferently. These words made Qing Chumo's originally high mood fall to the bottom in an instant. After working so hard for so long, it was only half a success. Just half of it was tiring. Wouldn't the other half be even more tiring? He looked at Zhang Feng with a bitter smile. "Feng, how do we do the other half?" Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "The next step is to install the steam engine on the things that need to be installed, such as ships, cars, and so on. We still have to continue to research and develop it. This steam engine is only a small-scale one. At most, it can be installed on a car. You have to continue to make some bigger ones. At least, it must be able to be installed on a ship." Install on a ship. Qing Chumo was dumbfounded. He originally thought that this guy was joking. Now, it seemed that he was not. This guy wanted to install the steam engine on a ship. One had to know that at this time, the smallest ship was a fishing boat. If it was slightly bigger, there would be passenger ships. If it was bigger, there would be warships. If Feng Zi was going to install this thing on a fishing boat, it would be easy. A few people could do it. If it was installed on other ships, it would be troublesome. After all, the steam engine was a new thing. No one had installed it before. Moreover, there was no space on a normal ship. Where would the space come from to install such a big steam engine? After thinking about it, he looked at Zhang Feng with a troubled expression. Feng Zi, you just said to install this thing on a ship. But where is the space on a ship to install such a big thing? Besides, no one has seen this thing before. Who would install it? Chapter 2051. Zhang Feng smiled maliciously. This is the task I want to give you. I've made it. As for how to install it, it's up to you. Speaking of this, his face darkened. But what you said just now is right. Generally, there is no place for a steam engine on a ship. You can open up the back of the ship, so there will be more space. Of course, you can also make a ship yourself, as long as the steam engine can be put in. As for the installation, it's not difficult. Take a piece of paper and I'll draw it for you. Wait. Zhang Sun reached out to stop Qing Chumo, who was about to take a piece of paper. He said with a puzzled face, Feng Zi, why do I feel that something is wrong? Why do you want us to install it for you? And you want us to take the ship ourselves? Don't you know how much it costs to make a ship? Yes. Qing Chumo nodded belatedly. He also reacted now. Feng Zi, why do you want us to install it? Why don't you do it yourself? Me? Zhang Feng stared and looked at Qing Chumo with some dissatisfaction. Don't you know that Lao Tzu is going to Jiangnan? I've been preparing for the things in Chang and all this time. How can I have time to do this? Go to Jiangnan. Qing Chumo suddenly understood. He knew that Feng Zi was going to Jiangnan. A few days ago, he also heard that the people of Chang and were going to send Feng Zi off. At that time, he thought it was fake. Now it seemed that it was true. If Feng Zi really went to Jiangnan, who could play with him in the future? What's more, this guy left such a big mess. No, he couldn't let this guy go. Even if he left, he had to take him with him. Thinking of this, his face changed and he cried, Feng Zi, you can't go. If you leave, what will I do? Yes, Feng Zi, you can't go. Zhang Sun looked at Qing Chumo's expression and instantly understood. He grabbed Zhang Feng. He didn't want Zhang Feng to leave either because Feng Zi had a playmate in Chang'an. If Zhang Feng left, he wouldn't be able to play anymore. Besides, as a young master, he also wanted to go to Jiangnan. So he said, Feng Zi, if you go to Jiangnan, you must take me with you. Otherwise, I won't let you go today. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand, as if he was prepared to hold Zhang Feng there. Zhang Feng felt a little helpless. He knew that these three guys were scoundrels, but he didn't expect them to be so shameless. His expression changed, and he shouted, Crawl for Lao Tzu. The shout scared Zhang Sun and made him stumble. He quickly let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Even Qing Chumo couldn't stand it and kept retreating. Du Go was watching the show. Although he also wanted to go to Jiangnan, he didn't want to offend Feng Zi. You guys, Lao Tzu really doesn't know what to say to you guys. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said angrily, in the future, don't tell anyone that Lao Tzu taught you. Qing Chumo was a little confused. Didn't he just say that Feng Zi didn't want to go to Jiangnan? Why was this guy so angry? He said timidly, Feng Zi, why are you so angry? We are doing this for your own good. Think about it, Jiangnan is so dangerous. It's better to stay in Chang'an. We can drink and go to brothels when we're free. Yes, Feng Zi, we are doing this for your own good. Jiangnan is full of big families. We said this because we are worried. Zhang Sun looked at Zhang Feng with fear. In fact, Zhang Feng was dubious about what these guys said. He believed that these guys didn't want him to go to Jiangnan because he wouldn't be able to play with them after he went there. Besides, he could often study some new things in Chang'an. These guys were naturally reluctant to let him go. What he didn't believe was that these guys cared about him. Each of them was more selfish than the other. However, they did care a little. After all, they had been brothers for so long. They still had feelings for each other. However, when these words came from these guys' mouths, Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong. However, he couldn't refuse directly. Therefore, Zhang Feng could only smile and say, "I know what you guys are thinking, but it's impossible to stop me from going to Jiangnan. I have already made up my mind. No one can change it." After hearing this, Qing Chumo and the others were instantly disappointed. Because they knew that Fengzi was a donkey. Once he made up his mind, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back, let alone them. Since they couldn't stop this guy from going to Jiangnan, why not go with him? After thinking about it, Qing Chumo put on a smile and said, "Fengzi, since you must go to Jiangnan, can you take us with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Du Go moved. He had been looking at Zhang Feng's face. It wasn't easy to see that this guy's face was better. How could he not go? He smiled and said, "Fengzi, yes, take us with you. Maybe we can help you." Chapter 2052. Zhang Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Did he just scold them for nothing? Did they not have a good memory at all? His face darkened, and he was speechless. Did King scold you for nothing? You don't have a good memory at all. Then Lao Tzu will say it again. I can't take you there. Why? Qing Chumo's face changed as he blurted out. For someone like him who liked to play around, he wanted to go to Jiangnan the most. He knew that Jiangnan had always been known as the land of fish and rice, the land of scholars and beautiful women. There were countless rumors about it, and it was rumored to be heaven on earth. In addition, he had been in Chang'an for more than 10 years and had never left. He couldn't wait to go out and see the outside world. However, that damn father of his insisted that he stay in Chang'an, saying that it was to protect his safety. Was it not safe to leave Chang'an? Now that Feng Zi wanted to go to Jiangnan, he naturally couldn't let go of this excellent opportunity. Even if that damn father of his stopped him this time, he had to go. Of course, the premise was that Feng Zi agreed. Zhang Feng didn't know this. He only saw that this guy wanted to go to Jiangnan, but the current situation didn't allow him to bring anyone. He could only explain, "It's not that I don't want to take you there, but if you go, you will definitely attract the attention of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. When that time comes, it will be difficult to handle." Zhang Sun frowned and didn't understand. How will we attract the attention of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? We are not important people. He knew that Feng Zi still didn't know their identities. Besides, even if she knew, going to Jiangnan together wouldn't affect anything. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes didn't care about the officials of the imperial court. Even if his father, Zhangsun Wuji, came, he would only be a child in the eyes of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Zhang Feng was speechless. He took out a cigarette from his waist and slowly lit it. He continued to explain, "Think about it. Last time when we went to bomb the Turkic camp together, it caused a huge uproar. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes should have noticed it long ago. If the 3 of us go to Jiangnan together, won't the 5 surnames and 7 hopes deal with me? If I go alone, it will be different. After all, I won't attract too much attention if I go alone." Although Zhang Sun, Chong, and the others were usually unbearably stubborn, they could still be considered reasonable. Moreover, they were also descendants of the clans, so they naturally understood the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. When they had taken the hot air balloon to blow up the Turks, it had indeed caused a great uproar. It was said that many people had died in Chang'an at that time. This data was enough to spread to the ears of the 5 clans and 7 Wang. Even though they understood, they still could not stop their desire to go to Jiangnan. Dugo furrowed his brows and said, Feng Zi, even if we go to Jiangnan and attract the attention of the 5 clans and 7 Wang, as long as we pay a little more attention, we should be fine, right? Qing Chumo and Zhang Sun both nodded. They also had the same idea. After all, the temptation of Jiangnan was too great. They did not want to give up like this. But Zhang Feng was not willing. He shook his head and said with a serious expression, No, you can stay in Chang'an. First, you can help me divert the attention of the 5 clans and 7 Wang, so I will receive less attention in Jiangnan. Second, even if you go to Jiangnan, it will be useless. Jiangnan is full of the 5 clans and 7 Wang. Even if you go, there will only be a few more people. There will not be much change. This, Qing Chumo and the others looked at each other. They had originally wanted to keep Feng Zi and later wanted to go to Jiangnan together. But these were all refuted by Feng Zi. They felt that the enthusiasm in their hearts was extinguished by Feng Zi again and again. Don't be so depressed. Zhang Feng saw that these guys were dejected and could only comfort them. There is a reason why I did not let you go to Jiangnan this time. Staying in Chang'an is equivalent to helping me. As long as the situation in Jiangnan stabilizes in the future, you can come if you want to. Is that okay? Hearing this, Qing Chumo's mood improved a little. But he still said with a bitter face, Feng Zi, is what you said true? Of course it is true. Zhang Feng patted his chest and said with a look of assurance, Right now, the situation in Jiangnan is not very clear. Wait until it gets better. If you want to come over, then come over. Right now, what you need to do is to help me divert the attention of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, as well as this steam engine. Steam engine. Qing Chumo looked troubled. Now he knew that Feng Zi was going to leave. But even if Feng Zi was going to leave, there was no need to give such a huge task to him. No one had ever made this thing before. No one knew how to play with it. After thinking about it, he said with a bitter face, Feng Zi, we know you are going to Jiangnan, but no one knows how to play with this thing. Besides, we have to experiment. How can we do it? Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go also looked troubled. Although they also liked this novel thing, they had never touched it. Even if they wanted to make it, they did not have the strength. Chapter 2053. Zhang Feng glanced at the group and seemed to see their difficulties. He nodded and said, What you said makes sense, but don't worry. If you really can't do it, go to Arcanon. He should have a way. As for the shipbuilding experiment, you can go to my residence to get some money first. Hearing this, Qing Chumo instantly felt more confident. He smiled and said, I was waiting for you to say that. Then we have a way. Zhang Feng nodded and said, Since it's okay, I'll draw the installation steps for you. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper and said as he drew, the cylinder and the base are the static parts. In the steam boiler, the water is boiled into steam through the combustion process. The steam is sent to the cylinder through a pipe. As for the cylinder and the base, you have already assembled them. After he finished drawing, he handed the drawing to Qing Chumo and said with a serious face, This thing has to be handled with care, or it will be damaged easily. If you don't have enough materials, go to the forge and find Arcanon. Qing Chumo took the drawing and looked at it. He nodded and said, No problem. With our brains, we promised to do the experiment in less than 2 days. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Qing Chumo and said unhappily, Since there's no problem, I'll go first. I still have a lot of important things to do at the foot of the mountain. Wait. Qing Chumo grabbed Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Feng Zi, you're leaving soon. Why don't you have a gathering with us? Zhang Feng turned his head and glanced at the 3 of them. He said indifferently, How do you want to gather? I don't have much time. Ching Chumo smiled and looked at Zhang Sun. The three of them looked as if they had already discussed it and said in unison, "Drink." "Drink?" Zhang Feng frowned. He instantly knew that the three of them were up to no good. They must be planning to finish making all his good wine since he was leaving soon. But then again, once he left, the wine would be of no use. He might as well drink it and end it all. With that thought in mind, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go then. Let's drink at my place." After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "You can drink the wine, but you can't forget about the steam engine." All right, I got it." Zhang Sun rushed to Zhang Feng's side and patted his shoulder with a smile. "Cut the crap, let's go." Zhang Feng glanced at these guys and walked down the mountain helplessly. The carriage had been waiting for them for a long time. Soon, they arrived at Zhang Mansion. "Master, you're back." Du Zidong quickly stepped forward. "Old Du, go prepare some hot pot." Zhang Feng glanced at Du Zidong and said indifferently. Du Zidong turned to look at Ching Chumo and the others behind Zhang Feng and suddenly understood. Master usually didn't eat hot pot alone. No wonder he wanted to eat hot pot today. It turned out that these guys were here. He still remembered the incident in Chang and last time. He was almost beaten up by this guy Ching Tinu. He had to give this guy a super spicy hot pot later. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live up to the scare last time. With that thought, he turned and left with his servants. Ching Chumo and the others acted as if they had returned to their own home. They looked here and there and sometimes even picked a few leaves. Zhang Feng saw all of this. He had to admit that these guys were really cheap. Just as he was about to scold them, a burst of shouting came from not far away. "Fengzi, what's that sound?" Ching Chumo's ears were sharp. He pointed at the source of the sound and asked. "That's the guard training in my mansion." Zhang Feng didn't even turn his head and walked straight to the hall. But he attracted Ching Chumo's interest. "Guard training." He strode forward and pulled Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Fengzi, take us to see. How do the guards in your mansion train?" Zhang Sun was also interested. He hurried forward and said, "Yes, Fengzi, take us to see. We still don't know how the guards in your mansion train. You want to see?" Zhang Feng turned and glanced at the others. Seeing them nodding, he also had an idea. He had to supervise the guards at ordinary times. It was fine to go and see. Besides, it would take some time to prepare the hot pot. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's go and see." With that, he turned and walked to the front yard. Ching Chumo and the others were naturally happy to follow behind. When they heard the loud roars just now, their interest was piqued, especially Ching Chumo. He had been wandering around the barracks since he was a child, so when he heard the shouts, he felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. A moment later, they came to the front yard. Before they got close, the shouting was endless. 1-2. 1-2-1. The next thing that came into view was a group of half-naked men. They were all lying on the ground, doing aerobic exercises. Ching Chumo looked at the strange movements of the guards. He couldn't help but think of some thought-provoking things. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. "Fengzi, I didn't expect you to like this. Like your sister." Chapter 2054. Zhang Feng glanced at Ching Chumo. If there were not so many people, he would have gone up and kicked this guy. Why did this guy think of a good exercise as such a dirty thing? And it was not just this guy. Zhang Sun Chong and Du Go were also looking at him with lewd smiles. This made him feel disgusted. He hurriedly explained, "This is just a kind of exercise, can you not think so dirty?" No need to explain, no need to explain. Ching Chumo patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and smiled. We all understand, you don't have to explain. That's right, Feng Zi, you don't have to explain, we are all men. Dugo chuckled and showed his yellow teeth. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at the three of them. He originally didn't want to explain, but these three guys insisted on thinking in that direction. He had no choice but to explain. In the end, when he tried to explain, these three guys didn't want to listen. They made it seem like he was hiding something. He simply crossed his arms and didn't say anything. Right, Feng Zi, are all your guards so strong? They don't even wear clothes in such cold weather. Dugo pointed at the guards on the ground and said with a face full of surprise. Zhang Feng originally did not want to answer such an idiotic question, but seeing these people's thirst for knowledge, he could only say, Guanzhong looks cold, but it is only cold in the morning and at night. It is not especially cold at noon. Also, they are exercising, and their bodies are sweating. How can they be cold? Hearing this, Qing Chimo could not help it. Exercising could be so hot. They were sweating. He did not doubt Zhang Feng's words because he saw with his own eyes that these guards were topless, their bodies still giving off heat and large beads of sweat rolling down. If he also exercised, then wouldn't he not be afraid of the cold? And it could strengthen his body. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Otherwise, why would these people be in such strange positions? Thinking this, he looked at the guards on the ground and then looked at Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, Feng Zi, can you let me try? Me too, me too. Zhang Sun raised his hand high, as if he was afraid of missing himself. Zhang Feng was speechless. These three guys seemed to feel that this push-up was a beneficial exercise, and it was a beneficial exercise in that aspect. Since they wanted to try it, he couldn't stop them. He waved his hand and said, if you want to try it, go ahead. As he spoke, he turned to look at Dugo with a look of disdain. Do you want to try as well? Why did he ask Dugo? Because when Zhang Feng was speaking earlier, he had seen Dugo's fiery gaze from the corner of his eyes. Most likely, he had long wanted to go. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Feng's voice fell, Dugo ran even faster than Qing Chimo, choosing a spot in advance to lie down. Debing, how the F***ck are you so fast? Qing Chimo cursed angrily and then found a place to lie down. Zhang Sun naturally didn't want to be left behind. He stuck close to Qing Chimo and lay down. Zhang Feng glanced at the three of them and shouted, get ready to start. 1 2, 1 2 1. Qing Chimo and the others listened to the chant while mimicking the positions of the guards beside them and began the aerobic exercise. In the beginning, these guys were doing very well. It was considered standard practice. However, as they continued, they felt that something was wrong. Feng Zi, my arm hurts a little. I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart. My arm hurts so much. Qing Chimo and the others' faces were red as they shouted in pain. Looking at the three of them, Zhang Feng couldn't bear it. In fact, he didn't want the three of them to do push-ups. After all, people who hadn't done this exercise before would definitely feel uncomfortable doing it for the first time. Some might even sprain their arms easily. These were all common occurrences. Furthermore, these three guys didn't exercise normally. How could they withstand it? However, before he could say anything, these fellows had already gone down. So what if they went down? They had only done a few and they couldn't hold on anymore. Looking at the guards, then looking at these fellows, Zhang Feng really wanted to spit on them. Thinking about it, these guys still wanted to make the steam engine for him. He could only say, if you can't do it, then get up. I'm not forcing you. Qing Chimo nodded with difficulty. Just as he was about to get up, his arm felt like it was hit by something. His arm went limp and his face fell to the ground. Iron Bowl. Zhang Feng strode forward and quickly helped Qing Chimo up. He asked with concern, Iron Bowl, what happened to you? Ching Chumo sucked in a breath of cold air. His left hand held his right hand tightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "My arm hurts." "Your arm hurts." Zhang Feng gently pinched Ching Chumo's arm and asked, "Does it hurt here? How do you feel?" "Iron Bowl, how do you feel?" Zhang Sunchong and the other two also came over and asked nervously. When they heard Ching Chumo's scream just now, the two of them didn't dare to continue. They were afraid that something would go wrong. Ching Chumo was still gritting his teeth. However, the pain seemed to have lessened a lot this time. He said cautiously, "It doesn't hurt as much as before." Chapter 2055. Zhang Feng frowned and glanced at Zhang Sunchong. "Bug, go and find a doctor." Zhang Sunchong nodded and was about to leave when a big man came and held him down. Then he looked at Zhang Feng. "Master, Chen Xiaoya's hand is fine. I can see it." The person who spoke was He Quan. He had seen everything clearly. Although he knew what was wrong with Ching Chumo, he did not go forward because he was just guessing. Now that he saw Ching Chumo's arm, he was sure that there was a problem. Zhang Feng glanced at He Quan and asked with a serious face, "You can read it? Are you a doctor?" Although Tai Nyo was not a good person, he was still his brother. He could not give his hand to others. Even if the person was a guard in the mansion, it was not a problem to ask for details. He Quan seemed to know what the master was thinking and smiled awkwardly. "Master, I am not a doctor, but I know that Chen Xiaoya's hand was just twisted. There is no need to find a doctor. Maybe we can find a doctor who is not good at medicine. Chen Xiaoya's hand will be ruined." Ching Chumo's face changed and he pulled He Quan with his left hand. He said excitedly, "Take a look at my hand." Zhang Feng let go of his hand suspiciously. He remembered that this guy did not know any medicine. How could he be so good at it? But it was not the time to think about it. It was more important to let He Quan treat Ching Chumo's hand. He Quan took Ching Chumo and rubbed his hand. Then he suddenly pulled. Ching Chumo screamed like a pig being slaughtered and then he calmed down. "Master, it's done." He Quan shook Ching Chumo's hand and then looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng could not answer and Zhang Sunchong asked with confusion, "That's it? That's it?" He Quan nodded and said, "Chen Xiaoya just twisted his hand. We just need to adjust his bones. We often encountered such situations when we were doing push-ups and we always used this method." Zhang Feng was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this guy knew the truth through practice. Previously, when he was doing push-ups, he even twisted his wrist. How could he not know? Just as she was about to ask, Ching Chumo spoke, "My hand doesn't seem to hurt anymore." As he spoke, Ching Chumo even swung his hand. His face was filled with joy. However, this guy's strength was a little too strong. Perhaps it was because of the tug, but it made a pig's cry. "Are you all right?" Zhang Feng looked at Ching Chumo with concern. "It should be fine now." Ching Chumo rubbed his arm and looked at He Quan. "Thank you." He Quan chuckled. "No need to thank me. This is what I should do." With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Wait." He Quan turned around and looked at Zhang Feng. He said respectfully, "Master, what else can I do for you?" Zhang Feng glanced at He Quan and said with appreciation, "I didn't know you twisted your hand before. Go to the accountant and get some money as compensation." He Quan didn't reply, but the guards behind him couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts. One by one, they jumped high and shouted that their master was wise. In their opinion, their master was already magnanimous by doing this training. Now, he was even giving them money. This was simply a saintly figure. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He was originally from the later generations and did not have such a strong division of social classes. He only said indifferently, everyone, don't be happy. This is just a simple reward. Continue training. After that, he looked at Chingchumo and smiled. I just told you to be careful. Are you okay now? Your hand is still like this. Chingchumo had always had a fearless temperament, so he naturally didn't care about the injury on his hand. He smiled and said, this injury is nothing. Let's go eat hot pot. With that, he put his left hand on Zhang Xuan's shoulder and looked indifferent. Zhang Feng shook his head. He wanted to say something, but when he saw this guy's appearance, he stopped. The group of people came to the hall. The fragrance of the hot pot was already floating in the air. A group of servants was busy in the hall. Master, the hot pot and wine are ready. Du Ziding bowed to Zhang Feng. Before Zhang Feng could reply, Chingchumo was already sitting around the table. He picked up a pair of chopsticks with his left hand and put food into the pot. However, this guy was right-handed and his right hand was injured. His left hand did not seem to listen to him. He picked up the food and ran away. It was very funny. Zhang Sun smiled and strode forward. Tai Niu, you're destined to not eat hot pot. Watch Lao Tzu. With that, he picked up a plate of beef and put it into the pot. Chingchumo naturally did not want to be outdone. He glared at Zhang Sun and poured the food into the pot with his left hand. Looking at these guys, Zhang Feng was speechless. He wanted to leave quickly and meet up with these guys. In the end, these guys started fighting among themselves. He walked to the table with a face full of anger. Can you guys stop for a while? This is hot pot, not a fight. Chapter 2056. The addition of Zhang Feng calmed these guys down a little. Chingchumo picked up a jar of wine, gritted his teeth, looked at Zhang Feng, and said with a smile, Feng Zi, come and drink. Yes, 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 drink. Dugo also picked up a bottle of wine and looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng naturally fell behind and bumped into everyone. After drinking a glass of wine, Chingchumo's face instantly turned red. He looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Feng Zi, what are your plans for this trip to Jiangnan? Tell us and see what we can help you with. He was not bragging. As the son of a duke, he was going to inherit the title of duke in the future. Although his title might be lowered, the Qing family had some influence in Chang'an and even the entire Tang Dynasty. Therefore, it was not a problem to provide some help. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist. He knew Chingchumo's intention. He smiled and said, this trip to Jiangnan is nothing more than to develop perfume and silk. Although Chingchumo had good intentions, he could not say too much. Some words could only be said to people like his teacher. Otherwise, with Chingchumo's temper, he might spread it everywhere. Chingchumo did not know Zhang Feng's thoughts, but when he heard this, his face was slightly embarrassed. Feng Zi, if you say something else, I might be able to help you. But this perfume, I've only heard about it from you. I can't help you at all. Silk may not work either. This thing is too precious, and most of it is in the hands of the clans. In fact, Zhang Feng already knew. After all, perfume had not been developed yet, and it was a modern product. Some people had not even heard of it, let alone know about it. Therefore, he did not blame Chingchumo. Instead, he smiled and said, it's okay. Let's drink. Feng Zi, although we don't know about perfume, I think I've heard you mention it before. Why don't we? Chingchumo winked at Zhang Sun and the other two, then looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, why don't you tell us what this thing is today? Zhang Sun naturally understood Chingchumo's wink, and he was also interested in perfume. He smiled and said, yes, Fengzi, let us also broaden our horizons. Tell us what perfume is. Zhang Feng originally didn't want to talk about the perfume, but thinking that the perfume might be sold all over the country in the future, and these guys might also help, he might as well explain it to them. So he said, "Okay, I'll tell you guys today." As he spoke, he took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Perfume is a kind of water with a smell. It's mainly made of flowers." The three of them were a little confused, but thinking that this was a novel thing, they still braced themselves and listened. Zhang Feng also explained to the three of them with a serious face. No matter what the three of them asked, he would try his best to answer. After all, these three guys might be his greatest assistants in the future. They went to study the perfume, but the hot pot in the pot was still boiling, emitting a strong fragrance. The fragrance continued to spread throughout the entire residence. Naturally, it also included the backyard where the two women lived. Zhang Yuyao smelled the fragrance that gradually came in and frowned. She turned to look at the maidservant Xiao Chui and asked, "Xiao Chui, who is eating hot pot in the residence? Why is there such a strong smell?" She had eaten hot pot with Zhang Feng before, so she naturally knew what this smell was. Xiao Chui naturally also knew. She glanced at the door, then looked at Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile, "Miss, it's your husband." "You wretched girl." Zhang Yuyao rolled her eyes at Xiao Chui, but she was very happy in her heart. She liked people to call her Madame Zhang, or the mistress of the Zhang residence, because she felt that she was Zhang Feng's woman. However, Zhang Feng still did not marry her, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. "Prince Zhang is not my husband yet." Xiao Chui smiled and went to Zhang Yuyao's side. "Miss, if he is not now, then he will be in the future. Are you thinking about marriage? You naughty girl, saying these shameless words all day." Zhang Yuyao pinched Xiao Chui and said with a little sadness, "But Prince Zhang is going to Jiangnan soon." Since Prince Zhang said that he was going to Jiangnan last time, there seemed to be a stone in her heart that she could not move away. In fact, she did not want Prince Zhang to go to Jiangnan. First of all, it was very dangerous to go to Jiangnan. There were many clans there, and those clans all regarded Prince Zhang as an enemy. If Prince Zhang went to Jiangnan, there would definitely be a conflict. At that time, it would be difficult to deal with it. After all, the clans were so powerful that even the imperial court had to retreat. Second of all, it was because of Yu. Although she had accepted Yu, she felt like there was a thorn in her heart when she thought that Prince Zhang was going to Jiangnan to find Yu. This was the nature of a woman, or the selfish side of her. No one could avoid it. But she also knew that she could not persuade Prince Zhang, so she could only go to Jiangnan with Prince Zhang. Chapter 2057. However, she had a new worry, which was her reputation. She was an unmarried woman. Although she had some status with Prince Zhang now, she was still unmarried. It would not be good for an unmarried woman to travel with a man. However, she was worried about Prince Zhang, which made her very confused. Should she go to Jiangnan with Prince Zhang or not? If she didn't go, what if Prince Zhang was in danger in Jiangnan? Moreover, Yu was there. If she went, what about the Zhang family's reputation? As Zhang Yuyao's personal maid, Xiao Chui naturally understood her thoughts. She patted Zhang Yuyao's shoulder and whispered, "Miss, are you still thinking about going to Jiangnan?" Zhang Yuyao looked up at Xiao Chui, but she didn't say anything. She just nodded gently. Xiao Chui pursed her lips. She didn't want to talk about this with her miss, but when she saw her confused face, she couldn't help but say, "Miss, I don't know whether I should say it or not, but I think you should go with Prince Zhang. Please don't blame me." Although she often joked with Zhang Yuyao, she didn't dare to talk nonsense about this matter. Zhang Yuyao slowly raised her head and looked at Xiao Chui with some doubts. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Chui pulled the corner of her clothes and said with some uncertainty, "Miss, I don't know, but I think Prince Zhang is so good and rich. Now he is going to Jiangnan to develop his business. He may settle down in Jiangnan in the future. If you don't seize the opportunity now, it will be too late in the future. Moreover, now the people in Quan and know about your relationship with Prince Zhang. If you don't go now, how can you establish yourself in Chang and in the future? She was speaking her mind. In fact, this was also true. Zhang Yuyao and Zhang Feng's relationship was like an unmarried couple, and the people in Quan and knew about it. If Zhang Yuyao didn't go to Jiangnan, it wouldn't have any impact. However, if Zhang Feng didn't come back for a long time, what would Zhang Yuyao do? Was she going to remarry? He probably wouldn't even dare to accept her if she remarried, because it was a taboo for women to remarry in this era. Moreover, he might not even dare to accept Zhang Feng's woman. Of course, this was all in the future. Zhang Yuyao's heart was in a mess. She grabbed Xiao Chui and said nervously, "Xiao Chui, I know what you're saying, but if I go, people will inevitably criticize my family. I want to go, but I'm worried about my parents." Indeed, when an unmarried woman followed a man to a faraway place, it was easy for people to think of some ambiguous scenes. These scenes would naturally involve the family. Xiao Chui also knew this deeply. She said with some hesitation, "Miss, if we don't go, what if Prince Zhang is in danger? Besides, Yu is in Jiangnan. I heard that there are many beautiful women in Jiangnan. What if Prince Zhang is bewitched by women? At that time, you won't even have a place to cry." This was also the truth. Jiangnan had always been a place filled with beautiful women and talents. Although Xiao Chui was just guessing, what if it was true? She was doing this for the sake of Mississippi. Zhang Yuyao nodded. She also knew what Xiao Chui was thinking, but she was hesitant about whether to go to Jiangnan or not. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Xiao Chui, what do you think about discussing it with father?" This was the only way she could think of now. Since ancient times, when children went out, they would go home to say goodbye to their parents. She was no exception. It was a good opportunity to discuss it with her father. Xiao Chui nodded. "Miss, you're right. We should discuss it with master. Maybe he has a way to satisfy both sides. But it should be done as soon as possible. Otherwise, it won't be good if it's late." Zhang Yuyao nodded slightly and quickly said, "Xiao Chui, go back and tell father about the situation first. At the same time, you can also sound him out." Xiao Chui nodded and turned to leave. At the same time, in the imperial study of the palace, Li Shimin sat on the dragon throne with a cigarette in his hand. The smoke filled the entire room, making him look mysterious and serious. "My dear ministers, I plan to reveal my identity to Feng Zi. What do you think?" When he said this, Wei Zheng and the other ministers frowned. They actually did not agree with Li Shimin revealing his cards. This was because they understood Zhang Feng's personality and talent. Normally, such an expert would not easily become an official. Of course, they did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking. But, to reveal his cards just for the sake of revealing his cards, it was undoubtedly not worth it. What if Zhang Feng was that kind of expert, and once Li Shimin revealed his cards, Zhang Feng would leave? Wouldn't this be the biggest loss to the Tang Dynasty? They could not afford to lose such a huge gamble. Thus, Wei Zheng stood up and said with a serious face, "Your Majesty, I feel that now is not the time." "Old fart Wei, what do you mean?" Chapter 2058. Qing Yaojin jumped out and stared at Wei Zheng with dissatisfaction. "Jijie, don't speak." Li Shimin waved his hand and motioned for Qing Yaojin to leave. When the latter saw that His Majesty had spoken, he had to leave with an indignant expression. Li Shimin turned to look at Wei Zheng and said solemnly, "Minister Wei, continue." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we have been hiding this fact from Zhang Feng. This is undoubtedly a lie. If you suddenly tell him that you are the emperor now, he will definitely not be able to accept it. Besides, what if he is unhappy and runs away? Li Shimin nodded slightly. He had not thought about this. He just wanted to lay his cards on the table with Zhang Feng because Zhang Feng was about to go to Jiangnan. There were many clans in Jiangnan, so it must be very dangerous. At first, he wanted to persuade Zhang Feng to stay. After all, Chang'an was his nest. What could he not have? It was not certain if he went to Jiangnan. There were so many clans. If he was not careful, he might be buried in the tiger's mouth. However, this guy did not listen to his advice. He was bent on going to Jiangnan. There was no other way. Li Shimin could only plan to lay his cards on the table with Zhang Feng. There were 3 advantages to doing so. First, he could tell Zhang Feng that he was the emperor and that he could protect him. Second, he could also warn the 5 clans and 7 kings that Zhang Feng was his man and no one could touch him. Third, according to Zhang Feng's past achievements, he could casually give some rewards to Zhang Feng. In this way, his safety would be increased a lot. However, Wei Zhang's words made him reconsider. However, at this moment, Qing Yaojin jumped out and said with a face full of indignation, "Your Majesty, I have decided to lay my cards on the table. Now that Fengzi is about to go to Jiangnan, as long as we lay our cards on the table, it will definitely be a protective umbrella. Those clans in Jiangnan will definitely not dare to touch Fengzi." Li Shimin nodded slightly. It had to be said that Qing Yaojin and he had the same idea. As long as they laid their cards on the table, the clan would not dare to touch Fengzi. However, if they laid their cards on the table, what if they agreed with Wei Jing? With that thought in mind, he swept his gaze across the crowd. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhang Sun Wuji turned his head and glanced at the crowd. Seeing that no one spoke, he took a step forward, cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Zhang Feng's character is jumpy, he is not suitable to be an official. Besides, he doesn't seem to have the intention to be an official. If we lay our cards on the table with him now, it will inevitably arouse his vigilance. Moreover, if we lay our cards on the table, will there be anyone who can talk to you so intimately?" These words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Li Shimin's mind. If he laid his cards on the table, would there be anyone who could talk to him so intimately? Indeed, although he was the emperor, no one dared to talk to him so intimately like Fengzi in front of him. Even the ministers who met him every day were afraid of him like a tiger. The only person who could talk to him intimately was Maid Guanyin. However, they were only husband and wife, unlike Zhang Feng. He vaguely remembered the scene in Zhang Feng's tavern. At that time, Zhang Feng did not know his identity. He really treated him as a friend. They even chatted about the Xuanwu Gate incident together. If he laid his cards on the table, perhaps he would not dare to say these words, right? Yes, when he was not the emperor, there were many relatives and friends around him. Everyone present was his confidant. However, once he became the emperor, these people seemed to have changed. They became very afraid of him. They even began to speak carefully and did not dare to reveal their true feelings. Even the imperial uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji, was the same. At that time, he and Zhang Sun Wuji were friends. Now, even when he spoke to him, he was careful. What if Fengzi also became like this? While he was thinking, Qing Yaojin spoke again, "Your Majesty, they are talking nonsense. Don't listen to them. Fengzi's safety is the most important thing. If this guy goes to Jiangnan and is remembered by the clans, we are all in Chang'an. There is no way to save Fengzi. At that time, you will regret it." Qing Yaojin's words were not without reason. Chang'an and Jiangnan were very far away. It would take at least 10 days to travel. If Zhang Feng was in danger in Jiangnan, they would be in Chang'an and would not be able to rescue him. Qing Yaojin, don't disturb His Majesty's thoughts. Fang Xianling glared at Qing Yaojin. Then, he stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, even if there is danger in Jiangnan, you can send troops to protect Zhangfeng. However, you must not lay your cards on the table with Zhangfeng. Li Shimin took a deep drag of his cigarette. With a puzzled expression, he asked, Minister Fang, why is that? Fang Xianling cupped his hands and said solemnly, Your Majesty, you appeared on the streets of Chang'an in plain clothes before. Many people know you. If you lay your cards on the table with Zhangfeng, it will undoubtedly cause a great disturbance in Chang'an. Also, as Wei Jing said, Zhang Feng's personality is lively. He is not suitable to be an official. Even if you give him an official position now, he may not be willing. Chapter 2059. At that time, Li Shimin didn't think so far ahead. When he heard what everyone said, he instantly felt that it made sense. Moreover, just like what Zhang Sun Wuji said earlier, if he were to lay his cards on the table, then Zhang Feng wouldn't be so close to him and might even distance himself. After thinking for a while, he said, Everyone is right. Let's put this matter aside for now. Qing Yaojin was unwilling. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, what if Fengzi is in danger in Jiangnan? Let's lay all our cards on the table. Fengzi will have guards to protect him in Jiangnan. Furthermore, how can Your Majesty stand by and do nothing? Fang Xianling waved his sleeves and looked at Qing Yaojin unhappily. In his eyes, Qing Yaojin was the kind of person who stirred up **T. He would stir things up whenever something happened. It was originally a small matter, but once he stirred things up, it could not be resolved. Li Shimin naturally did not want to see the imperial study become a place for these people to quarrel. He hurriedly scolded, All right, stop quarreling. I have my own plans. Then, he looked at Wei Jing, Minister Wei, I heard that White Deer College is preparing for the year-end examination. Wei Jing nodded, Your Majesty, White Deer College is indeed preparing for the year-end examination. Now, Mr. Bo Shi is leading the students to prepare. Li Shimin nodded slightly and said with a serious face, Prepare some things then. My ministers will go with me. Your Majesty, should we send the imperial court officials to attend the ceremony? Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and asked respectfully. Li Shimin was silent. Originally, he did not plan to send the officials of the imperial court to attend the ceremony. However, after thinking about it, even if he did not say anything, these fellows would probably attend the ceremony. It would be better to send the members of the imperial family. After thinking about it, he said, Then send Li Shaogong. He previously appeared as a member of the imperial family. There should be no problem. Previously, Li Shaogong had met Zhang Feng as a member of the royal family, as well as many students of the academy. This time, there should be no problem for him to attend the academy meeting. Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Shimin nodded slightly and stood up slowly. It's been a long time since I've seen Fengzi. Let's go out and see how she's doing. As he spoke, he walked down the hall with a majestic gait. Everyone followed closely behind him. Little Gizi took the lead and went to arrange a carriage in advance. Li Shimin and the others boarded the carriage and headed towards the Zhang mansion. They didn't speak a word along the way and soon arrived at the Zhang mansion. Li Shimin led the group into the Zhang mansion. As soon as they entered, they heard a series of shouts. What's that sound? Li Shimin turned his head and glanced at the crowd, asking curiously. Wei Jing and the others all shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard such a sound, so they naturally didn't know. However, Qing Yaojin's ears perked up as if he had heard something. He said excitedly, Your Majesty, this is the sound of military training. Ha! Li Shimin turned to Qing Yaojin and asked in confusion, You mean this is the sound of military training? As he spoke, he seemed to have remembered something. He seemed to have roared like this when he led the troops. However, this sound seemed to be a little special. It was even shouting numbers, such as 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and so on. It seemed that he had never heard of it before. He had to ask again, this seems to be the sound of military training, but it seems to be a little different from the other military camps. Cheng Yaojin naturally felt it too. He nodded and said, yes, it's a little different from the other military camps. It's even shouting numbers, which I've never heard before. Let's go and have a look. With a wave of his hand, Li Shimin turned around and walked towards the source of the voice. After a while, the group arrived at the front yard. What they saw was a group of men lying on the ground, as if they were doing some kind of exercise. Li Shimin was a little confused. He went forward and asked, what are you doing? He Quan saw that they looked familiar and guessed that they were guests of the residence. He quickly got up and replied, we're training. Training? Li Shimin turned to Cheng Yaojin and asked in confusion, Old Cheng, have you heard of this kind of training? Cheng Yaojin shook his head in confusion. Although he came from the military camp, he had never seen such a strange training. He was about to say no when He Quan came up to Cheng Yaojin. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, so it's Master Cheng. He Quan also came from the military camp, so he naturally knew Cheng Yaojin. However, after he retired from the military, he was assigned to the Zhang residence to protect Zhang Feng. He naturally knew their identities, so he called Cheng Yaojin Master Cheng. Cheng Yaojin saw that this guy knew him and smiled, what were you training just now? He Quan naturally didn't dare to hide it. He quickly said, this is a training method that Master invented for us to use for daily training, Feng Zi. Li Shimin frowned slightly. He knew Zhang Feng very well. He wouldn't be so bored as to come up with something like this. Since he came up with it, it must be useful. He just didn't know what it was. He thought and asked, Feng Zi, what's the use of this training method? Chapter 2060. He Quan's heart skipped a beat as he secretly guessed this person's identity. To be able to call old Master Feng Zi, he should not be a simple person. Moreover, to have Lu Guogong by his side, he did not seem to be an ordinary person. After thinking for a while, he replied, Old Master said that this training method is to strengthen our bodies. He said that it is more effective than the military camp. More effective than the military camp? Cheng Yaojin exclaimed and looked at He Quan in disbelief. He had been in the military camp since he was young and had experienced all kinds of training methods. He had even created some training methods himself. However, he had never heard of any training method that was better than the military camp's training method. This was because the military camp's training had always been the cruelest. Only soldiers could endure such training methods. However, today, someone actually said that this training method was better than the military camp's training method. He was a little unconvinced and glared at him. Are you kidding, Lao Tzu? How can there be a training method that is better than the military camp's training method? He Quan's face changed and he quickly said, Old Master Chin, how would I dare? This is what my old master said. After hearing this, Cheng Yaojin started to doubt himself. This was because he knew that Feng Zi was not someone who would make up something out of nothing. Since he said it, there must be some basis. However, he still did not dare to believe that this training method was better than the military camp's training method. After thinking for a while, he waved his sleeves and said, Lao Tzu, come and try. Old Master Cheng, wait. He Quan grabbed Cheng Yaojin and quickly said, if you do this push-up for the first time, it is easy to twist your hand. Why don't you do it first? Cheng Yaojin turned his head and glanced at He Quan. He said with disdain, Lao Tzu has such a strong body. Why would he be afraid of twisting his hand? After saying that, he pushed He Quan away and lay down on the ground, imitating the other guards and starting to move. Li Shimin crossed his arms and looked at Cheng Yaojin playfully. In fact, he also wanted to see what kind of training method Feng Zi had created. Otherwise, he would have stopped Qing Yao Jin just now. Wei Zheng and the others behind him had a look of disdain on their faces. They were just short of saying that it was a disgrace to the cultured. Because in their eyes, this action was really too unsightly. With both hands on the ground, and continuously crawling, what kind of behavior was this? But in the eyes of the guards, this was a treasure. The most important thing was the training method created by the old master. No matter what, they had to complete it. At this moment, they were all attracted by Qing Yao Jin. This was because Qing Yao Jin had already done more than a dozen, and he didn't even pant. Thinking back, when they first did it, they were all panting like cows. Now that Lu Guogong was doing it, why did he feel so relaxed? If it weren't for the fact that there were so many of them, they would have shouted, "The High Duke is awesome." Of course, Qing Yao Jin couldn't hear these words. This was because he was currently immersed in the admiring gazes of the crowd. While he was doing it, he glanced at the surrounding guards. Look carefully. Lao Tzu can do it with one hand. Qing Yao Jin glanced at the crowd with a proud face. Then, he directly let go of one hand and started to exercise with his right hand. But the moment he let go, he suddenly felt powerless in his hand. His face fell to the ground with a bang. "Old Qing, are you okay?" Li Shimin quickly went forward and supported Qing Yao Jin. "Old Qing, are you okay?" Qing Yao Jin ate a mouthful of mud. Fortunately, Li Shimin helped him up. Otherwise, his nose would have been full of mud. He replied with a stiff face, my hand hurts." Li Shimin quickly turned Qing Yao Jin over. This guy was really too heavy. He used all his strength to turn Qing Yao Jin over. Then, he was half lying on the ground. He quickly asked, "Which hand hurts?" Qing Yao Jin raised his trembling right hand and grimaced. "This hand hurts." As soon as he finished speaking, He Quan quickly went forward. "Let me do it." As he spoke, he reached out and rubbed Qing Yao Jin's hand. Then, he shook it. Qing Yao Jin let out a pig's cry. "How is it?" Li Shimin looked at He Quan nervously. "It should be fine now." He Quan gently put Qing Yao Jin's hand back. "Old Qing, how's your hand?" Li Shimin turned to look at Qing Yao Jin and asked with concern. Qing Yao Jin thought that his hand was going to break. When he heard this, he quickly raised his hand. In the end, he found that it didn't hurt as much as before. He said in surprise, "My hand is fine." With that, he stood up abruptly. However, because he used too much strength, his hand hurt again. He wailed, "Ouch, my hand." "Who told you to be brave just now?" Li Shimin glared at Qing Yao Jin, then looked at He Quan. "How did you know his hand would be like this? How did you heal it?" He Quan glanced at Qing Yao Jin and said with a smile, "When we were doing push-ups just now, we all twisted our hands. Just now, there was another person who twisted his hand too. I think his surname is also Qing Yao Jin. I healed him too." Hearing this, Qing Yao Jin's face was a little embarrassed. After all this time, there was another unlucky person just now. Moreover, this unlucky person had the same surname as him. Chapter 2061. He instantly felt that he couldn't stay here any longer. He hurriedly urged, let's go find Feng Zi." As soon as he said that, footsteps came from not far away. Not long after, Du Ziding walked over. "So it's Master Li. I thought it was screaming here." He had heard a series of miserable howls coming from here, so he ran over to take a look. Li Shimin saw Du Ziding and smiled, "Housekeeper, where's Feng Zi?" Du Ziding cupped his hands and smiled, "Master is eating hot pot with young Master Qing and the others in the hall." Young Master Qing. Qing Yao Jin was slightly stunned. Could it be Tai Nyo, that kid? Just now, the guard said that someone with the surname Qing also twisted his hand. Could it be this kid? He hurriedly said, "Housekeeper, take us to see him." Du Ziding nodded and turned to walk to the hall. Li Shimin and Qing Yaojin followed closely behind. Before they reached the hall, they smelled the rich smell of hot pot. This instantly aroused Qing Yaojin's appetite. He didn't care about what happened just now and strode to the hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Qing Chumo holding chopsticks in his left hand and trying to pick something in the hot pot. He tried for a long time but couldn't get anything. It was a funny look. Qing Yaojin's expression changed and he shouted, "Tai Nyo, why are you here?" This shout scared Qing Chumo so much that he almost fell off the stool. This was a fear that came from the depths of his bones. It was like the horn of the abyss, unforgettable. He sat on the stool and looked at his dead father with a bitter expression. His voice trembled, "Dad, why are you here?" Qing Yaojin strode forward and picked Qing Chumo up like a chicken. But this time, he used his left hand. He said unhappily, "Lao Tzu was asking you. Why are you asking Lao Tzu now?" When Zhang Feng saw that the situation was not right, he quickly went forward and pulled Qing Yaojin back. "Old Qing, what are you doing? Why are you so angry the moment you arrive?" Qing Chumo knew that his father never knew the reason for his anger. Whenever he was unhappy, he would beat him up. Whenever he was happy, he would also beat him up. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything. Qing Yaojin glared at Zhang Feng and said, "This brat doesn't even know to call Lao Tzu when he's eating hot pot. He's eating alone. Don't you think he should be beaten? Also, did this kid sprain his hand when he was exercising in the front yard? You sprained your hand from just a little exercise. Don't you deserve a beating?" Zhang Feng suddenly understood. It turned out that Iron Bull was telling the truth when he said that old Qing didn't need a reason to beat him up. How could he be beaten up just because he was eating hot pot? And what kind of exercise was this? As he thought about it, he turned to look at Qing Yaojin. Suddenly, he found that Qing Yaojin's right hand was half hanging. He was lifting Qing Chumo with his left hand. When he saw this, he instantly understood. Old Qing had also gone to do push-ups and sprained his hand. He didn't know that someone had told Old Qing that Qing Chumo's hand had also been sprained. Old Qing was angry, so he came in to settle the score with Qing Chumo. However, even if he wanted to vent his anger, this wasn't the time. Zhang Feng quickly pulled Qing Yaojin away and said with a serious expression, "Old Qing, even if you sprained your hand, you can't blame Iron Bull, right? What's the use of venting your anger on him?" As soon as he said this, Qing Chumo, who was still in a daze, understood something. It turned out that this damn father had also sprained his hand. No wonder he wanted to vent his anger on him. Although he mocked Qing Yaojin in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything. He didn't even dare to laugh. However, Zhang Sun Chong, who was next to the table, was overjoyed and burst into laughter. When Qing Yaojin saw this, his eyes widened like a bull's. "You two bastards dare to laugh at Lao Tzu. Are you looking for a beating?" As he said this, he clenched his fist and was about to punch Zhang Sun Chong and Qing Chong. "Old Qing, what are you trying to do?" A shout came from outside the door. Then, Zhang Sun Wuji, Li Shimin, and the others walked in. The person who spoke just now was Zhang Sun Wuji. He was just about to enter the door when he saw Qing Yaojin about to punch his son. How could he agree to this? Zhang Sun Chong was the only bloodline of the Zhang Sun family. Normally, he was afraid that he would melt in his mouth and break in his hands. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't even dare to hit him, so how could he let this fool hit him? Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji strode forward and stood in front of his son to protect him. He glared angrily at Qing Yaojin. "What are you trying to do? How dare you hit my son? Is there no law in this world? In fact, Qing Yaojin didn't really want to hit Zhang Sunchong. After all, there was a generation gap between the two of them. It would be decent if he hit him. However, this guy just laughed at him, so he hit him. He just wanted to scare Zhang Sunchong, but he didn't expect that Zhang Sunwuji would stand up for him. He lost face and glared. This brat just laughed at old man, don't you think he deserves to be hit? Zhang Sunwuji looked at Qing Yaojin's hand and then looked at Qing Chumo's hand. Not only did his son want to laugh, but he also wanted to laugh at himself. However, there were too many people here, so he couldn't do anything. He could only say, if you want to laugh at him, then so be it. Don't tell me you want to lower yourself to the same level as the younger generation. Chapter 2062. That's right. Old Qing, calm down. Li Shimin walked up and pushed Qing Yaojin. With a helpless expression, he said, Old Qing, you're an adult. How can you lower yourself to the same level as a child? Even if he laughs at you, you won't do anything. Listen to me and let it go. Originally, Qing Yaojin wanted to argue with Zhang Sunwuji, but seeing that Li Shimin had said so, he couldn't say anything. He could only pout and say unconcernedly, whatever you say. With that, he turned and found a stool to sit on. He picked up a wine cup and drank alone. Li Shimin looked helplessly at Qing Yaojin. He knew that this guy had a childish personality. Even though he was an official now, he still had a childish personality. He was a little angry now, but he would be fine later. Then he turned to look at Zhang Feng. Fengzi, you rascal. What kind of training method did the yard make? Look, you've twisted old Chang's hand. Originally, the matter had passed. With Li Shimin bringing it up, Qing Yaojin felt uncomfortable in his heart. Even Qing Chumo felt a little uncomfortable. He sat down with Qing Yaojin and the father and son drank to drown their sorrows. Zhang Feng ignored the lonely father and son. He turned to look at Li Shimin and smiled helplessly. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm going to Jiangnan soon. I have to arrange for some people to protect me. It just so happens that there are some guards in the manor. I want to make use of these guards. As for the training methods, I've tailored them. As long as they follow the training methods every day, after a long time, their bodies will be healthier and stronger than ordinary people. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin was a little unwilling. He was someone who came from the military. How could he not know the training methods? He was familiar with almost all the training methods of the barracks. Although he had tried out Feng Zi's training method and felt that it was a little powerful, how could it be compared to the training methods of the barracks? He suddenly stood up, turned his head to look at Zhang Feng, and said with a playful smile, Feng Zi, be careful that you don't bite your tongue when you talk big. I've tried out your training method just now. Speaking of this, his old face turned red. Although I twisted my hand a little, I didn't feel any useful effects. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. He had also seen the training method just now. Even someone like Qing Yaojin could do it. There was indeed nothing to be proud of. However, since Qing Yaojin had already raised doubts, there was no need for him to say anything more. Zhang Feng's face was full of disapproval. He smiled and said, Old Qing, you only did a few just now. If you do more, I guarantee that you won't even be able to lift your arms for a day. I'm not bragging. You also know that the guards in my courtyard are all veterans. In the first few days, these guys had difficulty eating, let alone lifting their arms. You still underestimate my training method. This was true. At that time, there were a few guys who couldn't even lift their hands after doing push-ups. They had to rely on others to feed them. In addition, they had to run in the morning. Their legs didn't seem to listen to them. Later, those guys had to lie in bed for a whole week before recovering. However, after recovering, these guys seemed to have changed into another person. Their spirits suddenly became much better than before. Even their usual running speed was much faster. Zhang Feng was very pleased about this because many people couldn't handle this kind of cruel training method. He himself also thought that this was an inhumane training method. However, if there wasn't such training, how could there be good soldiers? But fortunately, these guys had made it through. This was what made Zhang Feng the happiest. However, Qing Yaojin knew nothing about these things. He still put on an arrogant look and said, "Fengzi, don't brag. I just tried your training method. Although it's not bad, it doesn't meet the standards of the military camp at all, let alone surpass the training method of the military camp. If it's only like this, it really won't work. Who told you that it's only at this level?" Zhang Feng glanced at Qing Yaojin and said with a disdainful look, "Let me tell you, my guards get up at 5:00 every day and run 5 laps around Chang'an City. Get up at 5:00. Run 5 laps around Chang'an City." Qing Yaojin's mouth was wide open. He couldn't believe it. Even the soldiers in the military camp didn't get up so early. Run 5 laps around Chang'an City. 1 lap around Chang'an City was several kilometers. Then wouldn't 5 laps be more than 10 kilometers? He didn't even train like this in the past. After thinking about it, he only felt cold sweat running down his body. Li Shimin was the same. He was an emperor on horseback and had been in the military camp for a long time. However, he had never heard of such a training method, let alone used it. It sounded a little scary. Wei Zheng and the others standing behind him had already shivered. They were all civil officials. Usually, they didn't have any training at all, let alone participate in any training. Although they had heard of some training, they had never heard of such a powerful training method. Chapter 2063. They turned to look at Zhang Feng, only to see that Zhang Feng was still talking. "After running, each of you will come back and do 500 push-ups, which is the exercise you saw just now. Then, you will continue to run in the yard. At dusk, you will go to the forge to practice firearms and archery." Li Shimin and the others' eyes widened, because they had never heard of such a cruel training method. Every morning, they would run 5 laps around Chang'an City, which was more than 10 kilometers. When they came back, they still had to run in the front yard and do push-ups. Needless to say, the push-ups alone were enough to make them suffer, not to mention that they still had to go to Shao Mountain to practice firearms and archery at dusk. Qing Yaojin and Qing Chumo had the most right to speak on this matter, because these two silly guys sprained their hands while doing push-ups. Now, these two guys directly hid aside and drank without saying a word. Because what happened just now had made them lose face, it was not appropriate for them to intervene now. However, Li Shimin could not sit still and hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, can they take it if you train those guys like this?" His words reminded Qing Yaojin and his son, who were drinking alone. They put down the wine jugs in their hands and looked sideways. Even Wei Zheng and the others cast a puzzled look. However, Zhang Feng waved his hand carelessly and said, "Of course they can bear it. My training method is based on scientific evidence. Ahem, it has been experimented. Although they will be a little uncomfortable in the first few days, after 7 days, their physique will definitely have a qualitative leap, and their spirit will be much better than that of ordinary people, including physical skills. In short, as long as they train for a long time, their bodies will definitely be stronger than those who do not participate in the training. Of course, they have to supplement enough nutrition every day, such as eating more meat, so that the consumption of the body can be maintained." Qing Yaojin quivered. Their physique would have a qualitative leap. Their spirit would be much better than that of ordinary people. He began to recall the people who did the push-ups just now. It seemed to be a little like that. The little guy who treated his injury just now looked strong and muscular, and his spirit seemed to be good. So, Fengzi's training method was really effective. What if this training method was introduced into the military? Then, as he thought, he turned to look at Li Shimin, as if to ask for his opinion. Li Shimin naturally felt Qing Yaojin's burning gaze. Their eyes met. In fact, he had also heard some clues just now. He even wanted to introduce this training method into the military camp. However, when he heard Feng Zi say that the trainers had to provide a large amount of meat every day, his heart ached a little. Feng Zi's family was big, and he didn't have many guards, so it wasn't a problem for him to provide meat. But the Tang Dynasty had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. How the hell were they going to supply them? Every year, there was not enough rations for the army, so there was no way to provide meat. After thinking about it, he still gave Qing Yaojin a regretful look. Qing Yaojin was extremely disappointed. However, the military camp was his second home. How could he give it up just like that? So, he looked at Feng Zi and asked, "Feng Zi, can your training method be promoted in the military camp?" As soon as he said that, Li Shimin's eyes became bright. He was naturally concerned about this problem. If not all of them had to eat meat, it could be promoted. However, Zhang Feng said casually, "It can be done." As he said that, he took out a few cigarettes from his waist and distributed them to everyone. Then, he lit one for himself and took a deep breath before saying, "It can be used in the military camp, but this method consumes a lot of food. To be precise, it consumes meat. The trainers have to eat meat at least once a day. Otherwise, their bodies will become useless. Eat meat at least once a day." Qing Yaojin's heart seemed to be hit by something and shattered with a bang. The food in the military camp was already scarce. Sometimes, they only had 2 meals a day, and they were all eating coarse grains. It was good enough if they could eat meat once a week. How could there be meat for the soldiers to eat? In an instant, he felt that his heart had fallen to the bottom. It seemed that this training method could not be promoted. Just as he was feeling sad, Zhang Feng said again, "Although the trainers need to eat meat every day, the military camp can't satisfy them. The military camp can set up a small team to train first and see the results. If this small team works well, we can specially train this small team in the future. A small team should be able to provide enough meat, right?" This idea was the same as the idea of the guards in his yard. They would only set up a small team and then focus on training this small team. In the future, this small team would specialize in some tasks that were difficult for ordinary people to complete, such as assassinations, climbing some very high mountains, and so on. It could also be understood as a special force. Qing Yaojin had been in the military camp for half of his life, so he could naturally understand the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. The overall quality of the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty was relatively high, but they were not particularly outstanding. Of course, there were also figures at the general level, but there was still a gap between those soldiers. According to Feng Zi's idea, if they could really set up a small team, they not only needed to be proficient in training methods, but also needed to be proficient in sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and firearms. If they went to the battlefield in the future, they would definitely be good fighters.